The stadium falls silent in the moments after the final whistle. The roar of the crowd that once filled every corner of the stands evaporates as quickly as it came. Empty seats stare back like witnessless galleries. The scent of turf and sweat lingers, an invisible memory of the violence that has just passed. It is a silence that carries the weight of every hit, every collision, every man who left the field that day knowing he would never return the same. There is a finality to it. Not the finality of the season, not the end of a game, but the finality of a body and a mind that have been tested beyond their limits. In that quiet, the echoes of an older game are unmistakable, a time when brutality was not only tolerated but revered. When the measure of a man was how many bones he could break, how much blood he could bleed, and how far he could push himself before surrender became impossible. That silence speaks of what was lost, what was sacrificed, and what the nation forgot in its pursuit of spectacle. In the earliest days of football, the line between sport and war was almost non-existent. Men strapped themselves into little more than leather and courage. Helmets were soft pads that barely protected the skull. Shoulder pads were crude and insufficient. Every snap, every tackle, every sprint carried the risk of life-altering injury. Bones shattered in the mud and snow, concussions went untreated and unrecognized. And the suffering of the players was celebrated as a form of devotion. The public, mesmerized by the rawness of it, learned to equate pain with valor. Victories were not just measured in yards or points, but in the endurance of agony. The stadium was a theater of sacrifice and triumph. Players walked onto the field as athletes, but sometimes walked off as something else entirely. Men forever changed by the collisions that left scars visible and invisible. The term final season is often applied to a league, to a team, or to a career. But in this context, it is personal. It refers to the season when a player steps onto the field and leaves a part of himself behind. The season when he may still be in uniform, still playing the game, but the man who once ran, who once leaped, who once threw himself into every clash with abandon, no longer exists in the same form. In those days, there was no league policy, no medical protocol, no concussion management. There was only expectation. There was only the crowd. There was only the belief that a man was defined by the risks he was willing to take. The final season was a quiet tragedy repeated in thousands of stadiums, in college gyms, and on high school fields across the country. It was a reality that few dared to speak of, because silence was part of the code. Suffering was invisible until it was undeniable, and by then, the damage had been done. Violence in early football was not an accident. It was engineered into the fabric of the game. Rules were minimal and enforcement sporadic. The forward pass was barely legal. The protections were insufficient, and every strategy seemed designed to test the limits of human endurance. Players collided with bone-crushing force. Coaches expected them to absorb hits without complaint. Fans cheered, the harder the impact, and newspapers wrote stories that glorified pain as if it were the ultimate measure of courage. To watch a man rise after being thrown to the ground and still charge forward was to witness a spectacle of quat, resilience, and obsession. It was a celebration of the human capacity to endure, even when it teetered on the edge of self-destruction. As time passed, the public fascination with violence did not wane. Instead, it evolved. Newspapers gave way to radio broadcasts, then television screens, and the spectacle became more polished, more consumable. The blood and broken bones did not disappear. They were simply reframed. The league learned to sanitize its image, to transform the spectacle from raw brutality into entertainment that could be sold to families and advertisers. Helmets became hard shells, pads became thicker. The rules became more protective, and yet the hits became faster, sharper, more devastating. The danger was still there, but the presentation made it appear controlled. The brutality was no longer the centerpiece. It became the undercurrent, the hidden engine of excitement that could be repackaged for mass consumption. America learned to admire toughness without seeing the cost, to celebrate heroism without acknowledging the consequences, to applaud resilience without confronting the pain that produced it. The transformation of football into a broadcast spectacle required the erasure of certain truths. Injuries were downplayed, deaths were framed as heroic sacrifice, and the narrative of violence was softened. Coaches instructed players to conceal pain, to play through concussion, to continue as if the body were invincible. Media coverage highlighted skill and strategy, but avoided prolonged attention to the suffering behind each tackle. Fans were given heroes, touchdowns, and plays of brilliance. They were not given the fractured bones, the silent tears, or the lifelong consequences that many carried. Football became something to admire, not something to fear. The game was no longer war on the field. It was theater, a show of controlled chaos that masked its origins in human cost. Yet, despite the gloss and the marketing, the legacy of pain remained. The men who once endured the game in its rawest form carried its lessons into every aspect of their lives. Concussions led to memory loss, joint injuries to lifelong disability, and the culture of stoicism left emotional scars that television could never portray. Families remembered what the league tried to forget. Small towns mourned local heroes who returned home in pieces. The story of football is not only one of athletic achievement, but also of sacrifice and concealment. Of a national pastime built on the endurance of pain that few outside the game could comprehend. The sanitization of violence made the sport more palatable, more profitable, and more permanent. But it could not erase the reality that the human cost was real, measurable, and often tragic. To understand what football became, it is essential to understand what it was. The brutal collisions, the fractured limbs, and the relentless culture of toughness are not distant history. They are the foundation of the modern game. The league's growth and popularity were built on the courage and suffering of men who had no choice but to participate in a system that demanded physical and emotional sacrifice. Every touchdown, every celebrated tackle, every game-winning drive has roots in the willingness of players to confront pain that was extreme, often hidden, and almost always consequential. The story of football is inseparable from the story of these men whose bodies were tested, whose minds were shaped, and whose lives were forever altered by the demands of the game. When the game moved to television screens, when announcers narrated with excitement and fans watched in their living rooms, a subtle but profound shift occurred. Violence became an aesthetic. Hits were replayed in slow motion. The power of a collision became artful, and yet the reality of its cost faded from view. Players became stars, but their injuries became invisible. Families cheered and children emulated without understanding. America learned to crave controlled spectacle and to admire toughness while remaining oblivious to its consequences. The brutality was not gone. It had been repackaged, repurposed, and redefined in a way that served entertainment, profit, and culture. As I reflect on the journey from blood sport to broadcast, the question that haunts me is what we lost in the transformation. We gained accessibility, we gained narrative, and we gained heroes who could be admired in safety. We lost intimacy with the truth of what football demanded. We lost the acknowledgement of the human cost that once defined the game. We sanitized pain to sell it, reframed injury as strategy, and polished brutality into spectacle. The men who endured the original game became invisible in the story of progress. Their sacrifices folded into the mythology of sport. The final season of many men remains unspoken, their stories relegated to memory and medical records. The audience sees the hero and the highlight. The pain, the permanent change, the lost versions of men are hidden beneath the broadcast. Every era of football carries its ghosts. Every play echoes with the memory of the men who played before cameras, before safety protocols, before medical oversight. They set the standard for courage, resilience, and suffering, and they paid a price that the modern audience can only imagine. The silent stadium after the whistle is a reminder of what is gone, of what continues to exist beyond the glamour, beyond the spectacle, beyond the sanitized image of a controlled game. It is a place where the echo of pain meets the shadow of memory, and where the real story of football waits quietly to be told. The evolution of the game is a study in contrasts. The early field was a crucible, a place where men tested the limits of their bodies against each other and against the laws of nature. The modern field is a theater, a place where athleticism and entertainment merge, where physical risk exists but is hidden beneath the veneer of polish. Both are authentic. Both are consequential, but only one acknowledges fully the reality of human cost. The other masks it in production values, in commentary, in the excitement of a crowd. The brutality persists. It has only learned to appear more palatable, more heroic, more celebratory. The final season of a player, the ultimate silence after the game, the body and mind changed forever, exists in every era. The audience may not hear the groans or see the injuries. They may not witness the broken dreams or the shattered bodies, yet the truth remains. Football is born in pain, sustained through courage, and polished into performance. The story is not one of simple progress. It is a story of transformation, concealment, and adaptation. It is a story that demands recognition of what was lost, even as we celebrate what remains. The sanitized broadcast owes its existence to the men who endured what television could never show, and to the culture that demanded toughness above all else. Their silence is the most powerful echo of all. Football is America's most popular sport, not by accident. Its history, its spectacle, and its mythology are built on the tension between pain and entertainment, between what is visible and what is hidden, between the hero celebrated and the man changed. The audience may watch and cheer, but the full cost of the game remains largely invisible. The transformation of football into broadcast has not erased its roots in violence. It has only taught us to admire the surface while forgetting the foundation. To understand the modern game, we must confront its past. To respect the players who entertain us, we must acknowledge the suffering that shaped them. And to appreciate what was gained, we must mourn what was lost. The stadium is empty. The lights are dimmed. The echoes of the game linger. The final whistle has blown. The players leave, not as they were, but changed. Pain, resilience, and sacrifice remain behind. In that silence, in that moment, the audience is confronted with the truth that every era of football carries. The blood sport of yesterday was the broadcast of today. The brutality is sanitized. The pain is concealed. The spectacle endures. And the question that haunts every fan, every historian, every participant is what remains when the game is polished and the violence is hidden. What is lost in the transformation? What has been sacrificed for the sake of entertainment? And who will remember the men who walked onto the field and never walked off the same? Football was born in a time when risk was inseparable from the game itself. In the early decades of the 20th century, the field was more than a place of sport. It was a crucible of endurance, a theater of physical trial, and at times, a site of tragedy. The sport we know today as the National Football League emerged from a culture that revered toughness above all else, where the glory of victory was inseparable from the threat of permanent injury. Men stepped onto the field knowing that a single collision could end a career or a life. College games drew thousands of spectators who were captivated not only by the competition, but by the rawness of the struggle. Newspaper accounts detailed broken bones, crushed skulls, and fatalities with the same language reserved for heroism. Football was a blood sport, and the consequences were immediate and undeniable. The early league did not sanitize or soften its violence because there was no reason to. The public demanded courage, endurance, and resilience as measures of character, and the men who played delivered it in abundance. Yet even as the game evolved, the tension between spectacle and safety, between admiration and consequence, would define its entire trajectory. The dangers of early football were striking. In 1905, Records indicate that 18 players died, and more than 100 were seriously injured during the college season. Newspapers published gruesome accounts of fractured skulls and collapsed lungs. The intensity of collisions was unlike anything seen in other sports, and the rules offered minimal protection. Helmets were optional, pads were rudimentary, and tackling techniques often relied on sheer force rather than strategy. Public outcry reached a level that drew national attention. The intensity of the violence was no longer merely a concern for individual institutions. It had become a political issue. The sport was at a crossroads. There was admiration for the bravery of the athletes, but there was also the recognition that something had to change. Intervention was necessary to prevent further deaths while attempting to preserve the cultural significance and competitive spirit that had made football so compelling. It was within this context that President Theodore Roosevelt intervened in 1905. Roosevelt had a personal fascination with physical culture and believed in the development of character through vigorous exercise. He was also deeply concerned by the fatalities in football, which he viewed as excessive even for a man of his time. Roosevelt summoned representatives from major colleges to the White House and issued a stern warning. Reform the rules or the sport would be banned outright. The president's involvement underscored the gravity of the situation. This intervention led directly to the formation of what would become the National Collegiate Athletic Association and the introduction of new regulations designed to reduce fatalities. Among the most significant was the legalization of the forward pass, a rule change that transformed the game from a mass of collisions into a more strategic and dynamic contest. These changes were not merely regulatory, they were symbolic. They marked the beginning of a long process in which football would gradually move away from open brutality while simultaneously cultivating a new form of spectacle. Despite reforms, violence remained central to the identity of football. Players continued to collide with extreme force. Concussions were unrecognized and untreated. Careers were often cut short by injuries that modern medicine would classify as severe or catastrophic. Yet, even as the physical toll persisted, football began to acquire a different kind of audience. Newspapers had already glorified the toughness of the men on the field, and radio broadcasts began bringing the sport to those who could not attend games in person. By the 1930s and 1940s, football had become a staple of American culture, a sport celebrated for its intensity, its skill, and the endurance of its athletes. The violence was still present, but it was increasingly framed within narratives of heroism and triumph. Fans admired not only victory, but the capacity to endure hardship. And the league began to recognize that storytelling could amplify the emotional resonance of every hit, every run, and every touchdown. Television would become the ultimate instrument for rebranding football. In the 1950s, networks such as CBS and NBC began broadcasting games to a national audience. The medium offered unprecedented opportunities to package the sport as entertainment while shaping public perception. What had once been raw, unmediated violence was now curated through camera angles, slow-motion replays, and commentary designed to highlight strategy, athleticism, and suspense. The hits remained brutal, but they were contextualized in ways that emphasized narrative rather than consequence. The league recognized that it could preserve the intensity of the game while presenting it as a controlled spectacle suitable for families and advertisers. Television transformed football into a cultural product, one that could be consumed safely and celebrated widely. The broadcast format allowed the league to cultivate heroes, dramatize moments, and emphasize achievement without dwelling on the human cost behind the plays. The transformation of football from bare-knuckle competition to broadcast entertainment was neither accidental nor superficial. It was part of a broader strategy to cultivate the NFL as a national institution. League executives understood that the sport's appeal lay in its balance of risk and spectacle. Violence remained central, but the public perception of that violence could be managed. Injuries were minimized in the narrative. Protective equipment was marketed as safety, and coaches encouraged toughness while downplaying the dangers. Fans were invited to admire resilience and celebrate athletic achievement, but they were largely shielded from the full extent of physical consequence. This was a deliberate and calculated shift, one that preserved the essence of the game while making it palatable for a mass audience. Throughout the 1970s, awareness of concussions and long-term brain injuries began to rise. Researchers documented cognitive decline, memory loss, and emotional instability among former players. Medical studies highlighted the accumulation of trauma and the risks associated with repeated head injuries. At the same time, the NFL was expanding, both in reach and in brand recognition. Television contracts, sponsorships, and merchandising transformed the league into a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. The juxtaposition was stark. A growing understanding of medical risk existed alongside aggressive marketing strategies designed to celebrate the spectacle of competition. Football had evolved from a purely physical contest into a sophisticated product in which narrative, branding, and commercial interest were inseparable from the spectacle of violence itself. By the 1990s, the NFL's public image had become tightly controlled. League branding emphasized athleticism, teamwork, and national pride. Stadiums were designed as modern arenas. The color commentary highlighted strategy and heroics. And the brutality that had once defined the sport became largely invisible to the television audience. Safety protocols were introduced, equipment was upgraded, and rules were adjusted to reduce life-threatening injuries. Yet beneath the surface, the game retained its fundamental character. Collisions remained forceful. Physical endurance remained a measure of character. And the culture of toughness persisted. Violence was not eradicated. It had been repackaged, managed, and sanitized for consumption. The NFL had mastered the art of transformation, creating a product that celebrated physicality while concealing its inherent risk. The evolution of football highlights a tension at the heart of American culture. Fans were drawn to the spectacle of danger, yet they demanded the reassurance of safety. They admired resilience, yet they wanted heroes who could survive the game intact. The NFL responded by mediating the experience, highlighting drama while masking consequence. The league's history reveals that it did not end violence, but redefined it. Pain and risk were still present, but the audience was largely shielded from the unfiltered reality of the sport. The brutality of the past was repackaged into a narrative of controlled heroism, a transformation that allowed football to become both safe to watch and compelling to admire. Understanding this history is essential for interpreting the modern NFL. The spectacle on the field, the strategic brilliance, and the athletic prowess are inseparable from a legacy built on endurance, risk, and sacrifice. The sanitized broadcast owes its existence to the men who played in eras where the margin for error was narrow and the consequences were severe. Their experiences, their suffering, and their courage are the foundation upon which the contemporary league was built. By acknowledging the evolution from raw brutality to polished entertainment, we can appreciate both the progress and the cost. We can recognize the men who endured what television cannot show, and understand the enduring tension between spectacle and reality. The narrative of football is not simply one of transformation. It is a story of negotiation between culture, commerce, and human endurance. The NFL grew by balancing violence with spectacle, risk with reward, and injury with entertainment. The league's expansion, its media strategies, and its cultural prominence were all shaped by its ability to manage public perception while preserving the essence of the game. This is the paradox of football. The more it sought to make the sport safe, marketable, and appealing, the more it relied on the hidden consequences that once defined it. The sanitized version of football exists on the surface, but beneath it lies the history of pain, sacrifice, and endurance that has always been at the core of the sport. We will explore the stories of players, coaches, and families who endured the game in its most brutal form. We will consider the ways in which the league managed perception, embraced media, and cultivated heroes while minimizing the visibility of harm. We will confront the tension between what was lost and what was gained in the process of transformation. The story is not simply about football. It is about American culture, about the negotiation between risk and reward, about the stories we tell to make violence acceptable and heroism consumable. Football is a reflection of the society that embraced it. The brutal origins, the public fascination with endurance, and the eventual broadcast transformation reveal a nation negotiating its relationship with risk, spectacle, and entertainment. The NFL's evolution demonstrates the complexity of this negotiation. The deliberate construction of narrative and the ongoing presence of risk beneath the surface. Understanding the league's history allows us to see beyond the highlights, beyond the spectacle, and into the experiences that shaped the game and the men who played it. Violence did not end. It was rebranded, curated, and presented as a controlled form of drama that could be consumed widely. The echoes of the original Brutality remain in every hit, every tackle, and every game, a silent reminder of the cost hidden beneath the broadcast. The football field in the early 1900s was a battleground in its purest form. The game existed in a state of unchecked violence, where men were expected to risk everything for the chance to cross a goal line. Helmets were optional or non-existent. Shoulder pads were thin and inadequate. And players often entered the field with no understanding of how fragile their bodies truly were. Every collision carried the potential for catastrophic injury. Broken bones were routine. Concussions were invisible and untreated. And in some cases, men did not survive the very contests designed to test their courage. Newspapers of the era recorded these events in detail, chronicling deaths alongside the box scores of victories and defeats. Football was a sport without mercy, and the culture around it embraced that brutality as a necessary component of competition. The numbers are chilling. In 1905 alone, college football recorded 18 fatalities and over 100 serious injuries. These were young men at the peak of physical fitness, each convinced that endurance and toughness were the highest virtues. The fatalities were widely publicized, shocking the public, while simultaneously reinforcing the mythology of the sport. There was a perverse fascination in knowing that men were willing to sacrifice their bodies in the pursuit of victory. The colleges themselves were both organizers and enablers. There was no central authority to enforce safety, no medical staff to intervene when injury occurred, and no recognition that repeated trauma could have lasting consequences. The spectators and the institutions together created an ecosystem in which risk was normalized and extreme injury was expected. Football was not simply a game. It was a proving ground in which survival itself was a measure of character. The conditions on the field contributed to the intensity of injuries. Games were played on hard-packed earth or uneven grass with no concern for proper maintenance. Footwear offered minimal traction, increasing the likelihood of dangerous falls and collisions. Tackling was performed with full body weight and often targeted the head or torso. The style of play was relentlessly aggressive, favoring brute strength over strategy or skill. Coaches encouraged violence, and players internalized it as a code of conduct. Complaints about pain or fear were viewed as weakness. The culture of silence around injury reinforced the danger. Men were expected to continue playing even when injured, and medical assistance was often delayed or absent. Each game was a gauntlet, each snap a test of courage that could have permanent consequences. Public reaction to this level of danger was complicated. Americans admired the toughness of the athletes while being horrified by the fatalities. Newspapers described the games in language that oscillated between awe and alarm. Headlines would declare the courage of the players while simultaneously reporting shattered skulls or broken spines. The tension between admiration and fear created pressure for reform. Parents, educators, and politicians began to demand that the sport be modified to reduce fatalities. Yet there was also resistance. Many argued that the brutality was essential to maintaining the integrity of the game. That endurance of pain was central to the values football instilled. The debate became national in scope, capturing the attention of figures outside the sports world and forcing society to grapple with the consequences of its entertainment choices. Among the most dramatic responses was the intervention of President Theodore Roosevelt. Roosevelt had long valued physical fitness as a vehicle for character development and believed in the necessity of sports for cultivating courage and strength. In 1905, following the spate of fatalities, he convened representatives from leading colleges at the White House. His message was unequivocal. He demanded reform, warning that the sport faced elimination if steps were not taken to reduce the risk of death and serious injury. Roosevelt's intervention reflected the gravity of the situation. It demonstrated that football was no longer merely a recreational activity, but a cultural institution whose practices had profound social implications. His involvement set in motion changes that would alter the trajectory of the sport. But it also underscored a tension that has persisted throughout football's history: the balance between physical risk and the spectacle of competition. The reforms that followed were significant but incomplete. The legalization of the forward pass changed the dynamics of play, introducing a strategic element designed to reduce the number of mass collisions. New rules prohibited dangerous formations and unsportsmanlike conduct, while some protective equipment began to emerge. Yet these reforms did not eliminate violence. They mitigated certain risks while leaving the fundamental culture of toughness and sacrifice intact. Players continued to endure brutal hits, and the public continued to admire the resilience that allowed men to rise after devastating contact. Football retained its reputation as a sport that tested not only skill, but also the human capacity to survive extreme physical challenges. In examining the killing years, it is important to recognize the societal context that allowed such danger to persist. The early 20th century was an era in which physical courage was celebrated across multiple domains, from military service to labor in hazardous conditions. Endurance of pain and the willingness to confront risk were considered essential qualities of masculinity. Football mirrored these values. The field was a controlled environment in which the principles of courage, endurance, and sacrifice could be observed and measured. The deaths and injuries of players were horrifying, but did not provoke a wholesale abandonment of the sport. Instead, they prompted a dialogue about how to preserve the essence of competition while introducing safeguards. This dialogue set the foundation for the evolution of football into a sport that could be regulated without sacrificing its defining qualities. The narratives of individual players illuminate the human cost of these years. Young men from small towns or working-class backgrounds saw football as a path to recognition and opportunity. They were driven by ambition, pride, and a desire to prove themselves. Yet the risks were enormous. There are records of athletes who sustained multiple fractures, concussions, and internal injuries only to return to the field because they felt compelled by expectation or obligation. Their bodies carried the marks of relentless physical demands, and their minds were shaped by a culture that equated endurance with worth. Each game was a gamble. Each tackle a potential turning point in a life that could be irreversibly altered in a matter of seconds. These stories of courage and suffering underscore the brutal reality of early football and illuminate why reform became necessary. The killing years were not merely a historical anomaly. They established patterns that would persist in various forms throughout the sport's history. The valorization of toughness, the concealment of injury, and the admiration of risk became embedded in the culture of football, even as rules changed and equipment improved. These patterns influenced how players approached the game and how the public understood athletic achievement. The narrative of resilience in the face of danger became central to the mythology of the sport, and the legacy of those early years continues to shape perceptions of football today. Understanding the killing years is essential to understanding the ethical, cultural, and medical challenges that football would face in the decades to come. In the end, the killing years of early football reflect a sport in which physical sacrifice was inseparable from the experience of play. The fatalities, the injuries, and the relentless collisions created a culture in which courage and suffering were intertwined. Reform was necessary to prevent further tragedy, Yet the essence of the game, the test of endurance, the thrill of competition, and the admiration of resilience remained intact. These years established the foundation upon which football would evolve into a regulated, broadcast-friendly spectacle. But they also left an indelible imprint on the players who endured them and the society that observed them. The echoes of those brutal contests still resonate in every hit, every tackle, and every game, a reminder that the sport's roots are inseparable from its risks and sacrifices. The killing years are not a chapter to be forgotten. They are the lens through which the origins of football's culture of violence can be understood. They reveal the human cost of spectacle, the societal fascination with endurance, and the tension between admiration and moral responsibility. The deaths and injuries of those early players prompted reforms, but they also shaped the mythology of the sport. Football became more than a game. It became a test of character, courage, and resilience, and it was defined as much by its dangers as by its victories. To trace the history of football, one must begin here. In the era when the field was unforgiving, the risks were real, and the men who played paid the ultimate price to establish the game we know today. In 1905, the nation watched as football reached a crossroads. The fatalities and gruesome injuries of the early season had pushed public concern to a breaking point. 18 men had died in college games alone, and over 100 more were seriously injured. Families mourned, newspapers decried the violence, and educators questioned the morality of a sport that demanded so much human suffering. Yet despite the public outrage, the game retained a grip on the American imagination. It was raw, it was dangerous, and it had captured the national consciousness in a way few other pursuits had. The field had become a proving ground where courage and resilience were tested in their purest form, and the culture of toughness had already taken root. Football was at once beloved and feared, celebrated for its spectacle, and condemned for its consequences. President Theodore Roosevelt, a man who had long championed physical vigor and discipline, intervened at a moment when the sport itself seemed poised for extinction. Roosevelt valued athletic competition as a tool for developing character and preparing men for the demands of citizenship and leadership. Yet he recognized that the existing culture of football had become deadly and unsustainable. He invited representatives from the major colleges to the White House, presenting them with an ultimatum: reform the rules of the game or face the possibility of a nationwide ban. The president's involvement was extraordinary, a signal that football was no longer merely a pastime, but a matter of public concern. Roosevelt's intervention set in motion a series of reforms that would change the structure of the sport while preserving its essential appeal. His message was clear: the game must survive, but it could no longer claim lives as part of its spectacle. The immediate result of Roosevelt's pressure was the formation of a centralized governing body, an early version of what would eventually become the National Collegiate Athletic Association. The organization was tasked with codifying rules, standardizing play, and implementing reforms designed to reduce fatalities. Among the most significant changes was the legalization of the forward pass, a rule that transformed the nature of competition. The forward pass created space on the field, reduced the frequency of mass collisions, and introduced a strategic element that allowed teams to win through ingenuity rather than brute force alone. Additionally, rules were introduced to prohibit dangerous formations, penalize unsportsmanlike conduct, and encourage safer tackling techniques. Protective equipment, though still primitive, began to gain attention, with hard leather helmets and padded garments emerging as minimal safeguards against catastrophic injury. Despite these reforms, violence did not disappear from the game. It simply went underground. Coaches and players quickly learned to exploit loopholes in the new rules. Mass formations continued to appear in modified forms, and injuries remained a constant feature of play. The culture of toughness, already deeply ingrained in the sport, persisted with little interruption. Players were still expected to absorb pain, ignore injury, and push their bodies beyond the limits of endurance. The public rarely witnessed the full extent of this suffering. Newspapers focused on scores and dramatic narratives, and photographs could not fully capture the severity of injuries or the silent strain on the athletes' bodies. Football remained as brutal as ever, but the reforms had created the appearance of order and control, a veneer that would come to define the sport's relationship with violence for decades to follow. The Roosevelt Reformation is a study in paradox. It preserved the game while ostensibly curbing its deadliest excesses. It allowed football to survive and grow, but it did so without eliminating the underlying causes of injury. The sport's foundational culture, which celebrated resilience in the face of physical trauma, remained intact. Players continued to treat pain as an expected component of competition, and the societal admiration for endurance persisted. The rule changes mitigated extreme outcomes, but did not transform the character of play entirely. The result was a dual reality, a safer image presented to the public and a persistently violent reality experienced by the athletes themselves. Football had been reformed on the surface, but the essence of its brutality remained deeply embedded. The forward pass illustrates this tension perfectly. While it reduced the likelihood of pileups and collisions at the line of scrimmage, it did not eliminate the possibility of severe injury elsewhere on the field. Receivers sprinted into traffic, often colliding with defenders at full speed. Tackles were executed with a precision and force that could still fracture bones or concuss brains. The introduction of strategic complexity did not diminish the physical risks. Instead, it created a scenario in which the spectacle of athletic skill was paired with continued exposure to danger. Fans marveled at the ingenuity of play and the bravery of the participants, while the injuries that accompanied these maneuvers were minimized or hidden entirely. The narrative of football had shifted, but the cost of participation remained high. Medical oversight remained minimal, and knowledge of concussion and long-term trauma was virtually non-existent. Trainers and physicians were available in only a handful of institutions, and their interventions were often reactive rather than preventative. Players routinely returned to the field after severe injury, driven by expectation, pride, or obligation. The culture of silence around pain persisted, and the public rarely gained insight into the true consequences of participation. This dynamic created a form of controlled brutality in which the appearance of safety was as important as the implementation of actual safeguards. The Roosevelt reforms had succeeded in reducing deaths, but they could not eliminate the enduring cycle of risk, injury, and resilience that defined the sport. The Reformation also had profound implications for the perception of football in society. By introducing rules, codifying play, and presenting a structured framework, the NCAA allowed colleges to continue promoting the sport as a test of character rather than a lethal pastime. Parents and educators could support football with the reassurance that the deadliest threats had been addressed. The public was offered a narrative in which the game was rigorous but manageable, challenging but survivable. This perception was critical in sustaining participation and spectator interest, as it allowed the sport to retain its cultural significance while moderating outrage over fatalities. Football became simultaneously more palatable and more enduring, creating a model for the transformation of violence into spectacle that would echo through the century. The Roosevelt reforms set the stage for an enduring pattern in football: regulation accompanied by narrative management. Injuries and risk persisted, but they were increasingly framed in ways that emphasized heroism, toughness, and achievement rather than suffering and consequence. The sport developed a dual identity, one for public consumption and one for those who experienced the full physical toll. Coaches, administrators, and media outlets learned to navigate this tension, balancing the need to protect players with the desire to preserve the drama and spectacle that made football compelling. The NCAA's emergence as a governing body allowed the game to grow in scope, reach, and institutional legitimacy, while maintaining the centrality of physical challenge and endurance. The cultural impact of the Roosevelt Reformation extended beyond the field. It influenced how Americans understood masculinity, courage, and resilience. Football became a microcosm of broader societal ideals, a controlled environment in which risk was structured, skill was rewarded, and endurance was celebrated. The reforms highlighted the possibility of progress without erasing the defining qualities of the sport. Violence was recontextualized rather than eliminated. Fans could admire toughness without being confronted with the full extent of its consequences. And the league could cultivate heroes whose resilience was highlighted while the reality of injury remained largely invisible. This tension between perception and reality, between spectacle and suffering, would become a defining feature of football as it expanded into the professional and broadcast eras. It is essential to understand that the Roosevelt Reformation did not mark the end of brutality. It marked its concealment and its management. The culture that valued endurance and valor persisted and was internalized by players who continued to endure extreme physical stress. While fatalities decreased and public perception of danger was reduced, the psychological and physiological demands of the sport remained significant. Players continued to push themselves to the limits of human capacity, and the risk of long-term consequences remained ever present. The reforms were successful in preserving the game, while they did not reconcile the underlying tension between entertainment and human cost. Football retained its character as a contest of courage, a proving ground for physical resilience, and a spectacle that required and celebrated extreme endurance. Looking back, the Roosevelt Reformation is a critical juncture in the history of football. It illustrates how regulation, cultural values, public perception can interact to preserve a dangerous sport while mitigating its most lethal consequences. It demonstrates that reform can be effective at the surface level while leaving deeper cultural patterns intact. Most importantly, it shows that football's relationship with violence is not a story of eradication. It is a story of recontextualization, management, and adaptation. The NCAA and the rule changes succeeded in making football survivable. But they also established a pattern in which the sport's most dangerous elements could be hidden, normalized, or celebrated in ways that were palatable to the public. The essence of brutality endured even as its appearance evolved. The Roosevelt Reformation teaches us that football is a sport defined by paradox. It is a game in which the pursuit of safety, regulation, and strategy coexists with a celebration of physical courage and resilience. Violence remains a core element, but its visibility and perception are carefully managed. The reforms of 1905 were necessary to preserve life. Yet they also preserved the mythos of toughness and the expectation that players endure extraordinary hardship. The duality established during this period would shape football for generations, creating a tension that remains relevant today. The history of the sport cannot be understood without acknowledging the ways in which regulation coexisted with underlying brutality and how public perception was guided by narrative as much as by fact. The 1910s and 1920s were a period of transition in football, a time when the raw violence of the early game began to intersect with the first attempts at protective equipment. Helmets, rudimentary and cumbersome, emerged as symbols of both safety and toughness. They were made of thick leather, often padded with felt or straw, and strapped to the head with leather chin pieces that offered minimal protection against the force of a collision. Shoulder pads and knee guards appeared in primitive forms, heavy and inflexible, designed more to distribute impact than to prevent injury entirely. The equipment was modest, but it represented a first attempt to mediate the relentless brutality that had defined football in its earliest years. Despite the additions, the game remained dangerous. The Leatherhead helmet could not prevent concussions, and the padding did little to shield the body from the violent hits that were central to the sport. Players who wore this equipment were often defined by it. The helmet became more than a protective device. It became a badge of masculinity, a symbol that the wearer had accepted the physical and cultural demands of the game. Endurance of pain and the willingness to collide without hesitation were celebrated as hallmarks of courage. Injuries were frequent, yet athletes internalized a code in which toughness was measured by the ability to continue despite trauma. Broken bones, bruised ribs, and concussions were considered part of the game, and men who could endure these injuries without complaint were admired by teammates, coaches, and fans alike. The culture of violence was no longer merely tolerated. It was revered as a defining feature of the sport and a marker of personal character. The Leatherhead Era also marked a shift in the way the public consumed football. Spectators were drawn to the spectacle of risk and the display of physical courage. Newspapers chronicled dramatic collisions, heroic recoveries, and moments of endurance that elevated individual players to near-mythical status. Fans admired the ability to withstand extreme punishment, and players became cultural icons precisely because of the risks they took. The game was celebrated not only for strategy and skill, but for the spectacle of force, the demonstration of human capacity to absorb impact and continue. The helmet, primitive as it was, became inseparable from this image, a visible representation of the courage and fortitude demanded by the sport. During this period, the rules of football continued to evolve, but the emphasis remained on physical confrontation. Forward passing had been legalized, yet teams relied heavily on running plays that brought men together in mass collisions. Tackling remained forceful and often targeted the torso and head. Protective equipment mitigated some injuries, but did not fundamentally alter the character of play. The culture of masculinity and endurance ensured that players accepted risk as an inherent component of participation. Coaches encouraged this mindset, rewarding players who demonstrated toughness and resilience. The Leatherhead helmet was not a shield from danger. It was a symbol that danger was expected, embraced, and valorized. The ERA also witnessed the growth of professional football, though it remained less prominent than the collegiate game. Early professional teams paid modest salaries, often requiring players to maintain other employment to support themselves. Yet the culture of toughness persisted. Professional athletes, like their college counterparts, were celebrated for their willingness to absorb physical punishment. Injuries were common, and careers were frequently cut short by the cumulative effects of trauma. The Leatherhead helmet and primitive padding offered a thin layer of protection, but the sport retained its core identity as a test of physical courage. Spectators, whether in stadiums or reading about games in newspapers, consumed narratives in which survival, resilience, and endurance were central to the definition of athletic excellence. Concussions were frequent but poorly understood. Medical knowledge was limited, and symptoms such as dizziness, confusion, or temporary loss of consciousness were often ignored or downplayed. Players were expected to return to the field without hesitation. The culture of silence around injury was reinforced by admiration for endurance. A man who continued, despite trauma, was considered courageous, whereas one who stopped was labeled weak. This cultural dynamic ensured that the violence of the sport remained central to its identity. Protective equipment, while a step forward, could not eliminate the fundamental risks inherent in the game. The Leatherhead helmet and pads were less a safeguard and more a tool that boots allowed men to continue demonstrating resilience under extreme conditions. Public fascination with the game grew alongside the expansion of media coverage. Newspapers published detailed accounts of games, emphasizing the drama of collisions, the heroism of players, and the endurance of injury. Fans were encouraged to admire not only victories and strategic brilliance, but the physical courage that underpinned performance. The Leatherhead helmet became a cultural icon, emblematic of the toughness required to compete. Players were recognized as heroes, not merely for skill, but for their willingness to endure pain and face danger repeatedly. This period established patterns in which physical courage was celebrated and in which injury and risk became intertwined with notions of masculinity, heroism, and public admiration. The Leatherhead Era also reinforced the connection between football and broader societal ideals. In an age defined by industrial labor, military service, and physical competition, the sport reflected prevailing notions of masculinity and resilience. Endurance of physical hardship was central to identity, both on and off the field. Football provided a controlled environment in which these qualities could be observed, measured, and celebrated. The helmet and padding were extensions of this philosophy, tools that allowed men to confront risk while maintaining the appearance of protection. The culture that emerged during this period laid the foundation for the mythos of toughness that continues to influence football today. Player experiences from this era highlight the intensity of the sport. Counts of games include frequent fractures, dislocations, and head injuries. Players endured hits that modern medicine would classify as traumatic and potentially life-altering. Yet these men were often celebrated for their ability to return, to continue playing, and to demonstrate courage under extreme duress. Their experiences illustrate a paradox. Protection was introduced, but the sport's brutality remained central to its identity. Helmets and pads did not reduce the expectation that players absorb pain. Instead, they enabled men to participate fully in a culture that equated endurance with worth. The Leatherhead era also shaped the trajectory of professionalization and commercialization. As the game gained popularity, teams sought to attract spectators by emphasizing spectacle. Media coverage highlighted collisions and daring plays, celebrating the combination of strategy and physical courage. The helmet and padding became symbols in promotional narratives, signaling that players were both skilled and brave. Audiences were drawn to the thrill of competition and the demonstration of resilience. Football became a sport in which risk, endurance, and spectacle were inseparable, and the Leatherhead helmet was at the center of this cultural transformation. This period is critical in understanding how football became both a sport and a cultural phenomenon. The Leatherhead helmet represents the intersection of protection, risk, and public perception. It signifies the first step toward mitigating some dangers while simultaneously embedding violence within the fabric of masculinity and athletic identity. The era illustrates that safety measures, however rudimentary, did not eliminate risk. Instead, they codified it, normalized it, and transformed it into a spectacle that audiences could admire without confronting the full human cost. Football's evolution during this period was not merely technological, it was cultural, shaping how athletes, fans, and institutions understood violence, courage, and endurance. The Leatherhead era established patterns that would persist across decades. Protective equipment evolved, rules adapted, and awareness of injury increased. But the fundamental tension between spectacle and risk remained. Physical courage continued to define the sport, and masculinity was closely linked to the ability to endure trauma. Players and spectators alike accepted violence as central to identity and entertainment. The helmet and padding became enduring symbols, representing both the danger inherent in the sport and the societal admiration for those who survived it. This period laid the groundwork for the complex relationship between safety, risk, and spectacle that continues to shape football today. In reflecting on the Leatherhead era, it becomes clear that the introduction of helmets and primitive padding was as much about narrative as it was about safety. The equipment allowed the game to continue without confronting the full extent of its brutality. It reinforced the notion that courage and resilience were essential, while injuries and risk were simultaneously acknowledged and concealed. The Leatherhead helmet was both shield and symbol, a physical object that encapsulated the paradox of football: protection without elimination of danger, celebration of toughness alongside enduring risk. The era established the cultural DNA of the sport, embedding violence within notions of masculinity, endurance, and public admiration. In the 1920s, football became not only a contest of skill and endurance, but a commodity built on fear, spectacle, and human drama. Newspapers, still the dominant medium of mass communication, discovered that stories of violent collisions, shattered bones, and daring feats sold papers and drew crowds in ways that strategy and scoring alone could not. Headlines did not merely report games, they glorified them. They painted players as heroes who faced danger willingly, portraying bruised and broken bodies as testaments to courage and masculinity. The public consumed these narratives voraciously, enthralled by the combination of risk, resilience, and spectacle. The violence on the field became a story, and the story became the game itself. Newspapers crafted their coverage with intent. Reporters wrote in language that elevated physical conflict to mythic proportions. Descriptions of tackles that left players sprawled across the field were framed as heroic acts of bravery. End zones became battlegrounds. Linemen became warriors, and the roar of the crowd was equated with the exhilaration of survival. Headlines emphasized the extremity of collisions, the audacity of runners, and the courage of men who continued despite injury. Injuries were central to the narrative, yet they were sanitized into symbols of heroism rather than tragedy. Fans read about broken bones as proof of endurance and concussions as badges of honor. Newspapers turned injury into theater, and the sport into a spectacle designed to draw attention, revenue, and admiration. This commercialization of fear shaped both public perception and player behavior. Athletes internalized the message that their suffering was not only expected, but celebrated. The glorification of pain encouraged them to play through injury, endure more punishment, and accept the risks of concussions, fractures, and internal trauma as necessary to maintain reputation. Coaches and trainers, aware that media coverage influenced ticket sales and team prestige, often reinforced this culture. They encouraged players to demonstrate resilience, to return to the field despite trauma, and to embrace the narrative of toughness. Football became a performance not just for victory on the scoreboard, but for the audience that consumed the drama of endurance and risk. The economics of this period were closely tied to sensational coverage. Colleges recognized that newspapers and local press could fill stadiums. Attendance increased when games were billed as contests of physical courage and strategic daring. Spectators came expecting not only competition, but spectacle, anticipating moments of extreme risk and the heroism of players who survived collisions. The combination of reporting and audience expectation created a feedback loop. Newspapers amplified violence to attract readership. Audiences rewarded the spectacle with attendance. And teams responded by emphasizing physical play and daring maneuvers that guaranteed dramatic moments. Violence became central to marketing the game, and the narrative surrounding injury became as important as the outcome of the contest itself. Legends were forged in this era through the stories of personal endurance. Men who played through injury or emerged from particularly brutal collisions unscathed were celebrated in print and conversation alike. Chroniclers of the game elevated these individuals to heroic status, emphasizing courage over vulnerability. A fractured collarbone, a broken nose, or a concussion became marks of distinction rather than reasons for caution. Players were defined as much by their ability to survive punishment as by their technical skill. Newspapers provided the framework for these narratives, turning real physical suffering into a cultural currency that fueled admiration, ticket sales, and institutional prestige. The public response to these narratives was multifaceted. Audiences were simultaneously horrified and enthralled, recognizing the danger yet celebrating the bravery it revealed. Parents and teachers occasionally expressed concern over the physical toll on young men. Yet the spectacle of endurance and heroism drew them into the stories. Newspapers mediated this tension by emphasizing resilience and victory over the reality of injury and risk. The result was a culture in which fear was commodified, danger was normalized, and the public was captivated by both the spectacle and the underlying threat. Football was no longer just a game. It had become a story-driven performance where the audience consumed drama built on physical peril. The commercialization of fear also reinforced notions of masculinity and character. Men who could absorb hits, return from injury, and perform under extreme physical stress were admired for embodying ideals of courage and endurance. The media celebrated not only technical skill, but the ability to endure trauma with stoicism. Players who faltered were often dismissed as weak, while those who excelled despite pain became larger-than-life figures. This dynamic influenced recruitment, coaching, and the structure of the game itself. The culture surrounding football reinforced societal expectations that equated physical resilience with virtue, bravery, and moral worth. Athletes were acutely aware that the media shaped public perception. Coverage created reputations, forged legacies, and influenced professional opportunities. Players who could endure injury while performing at a high level became heroes whose names resonated beyond the stadium. The thrill of competition was intertwined with the risk of physical trauma, and both were amplified by print media. Newspapers became the arbiters of fame, valorizing the endurance of pain while normalizing the inherent dangers of the sport. The spectacle of suffering was packaged, marketed, and consumed as an essential component of football culture. The press also influenced the evolution of strategies that heightened the drama of the game. Coaches recognized that aggressive, high-impact play generated attention and reinforced the narrative of courage. Plays that involved mass collisions or daring runs were promoted as climactic moments. Players were instructed to maximize effort and impact, knowing that the public, guided by media coverage, would interpret their performance as heroic. Violence and spectacle became inseparable, creating a cycle in which risk was encouraged, celebrated, and rewarded. The game's identity as both contest and spectacle was solidified during this era. This period highlights the interplay between media, culture, and sport. Newspapers did not merely report. They curated the spectacle, amplifying the drama of physical conflict while minimizing the perception of human cost. Violence became both a marketing tool and a cultural touchstone. The Leatherhead Era had introduced primitive protection, but media narratives reframed pain and injury as virtue. Fans consumed not only scores and statistics, but stories of endurance, risk, and survival. Football became a theater of fear and courage, with newspapers as the stage and the field as the site of dramatic, often brutal, performance. In examining this era, it becomes clear that the commercialization of fear had lasting implications for football's evolution. It established a template in which injury and risk could be celebrated, normalized, and transformed into spectacle. Players internalized the expectation that courage required enduring trauma. Audiences developed an appetite for the drama of physical confrontation. Institutions learned that media amplification could drive attendance, revenue, and prestige. Violence was no longer merely a byproduct of competition. It became a central component of the sport's appeal. The narratives crafted in print shaped perceptions, behaviors, and expectations in ways that would echo through the professionalization and commercialization of football for decades to come. The era also reinforced the invisibility of long-term consequences. Newspapers rarely addressed the lasting effects of repeated trauma. Concussions, joint damage, and cumulative injuries were minimized or ignored in favor of immediate drama. Fans celebrated the visible endurance of the players without understanding the hidden costs. The spectacle of resilience obscured the realities of injury, allowing the sport to continue growing while the physical toll accumulated silently. Media narratives enabled the public to admire toughness while remaining largely unaware of the long-term consequences endured by the athletes. Football's mythology was built in part on this concealment. Legends forged in this period became the standard for future generations. Players who endured injury and risk were elevated in status, creating archetypes of bravery and physical courage. Coaches, athletes, and spectators internalized these values, shaping the culture of football in ways that persisted across eras. Media coverage reinforced the connection between violence, endurance, and admiration, embedding the expectation that physical suffering was integral to heroism. Football's identity as a sport defined by risk, courage, and spectacle was solidified in the 1920s, a pattern that continues to influence how the game is played, narrated, and celebrated. Selling fear became a business strategy, a cultural practice, and a defining element of football. Newspapers, recognizing the power of narrative, transformed collisions and injuries into stories of bravery. Audiences captivated by spectacle rewarded the drama with attention and engagement. Players, navigating the expectations of coaches, fans, and media, embraced the risks inherent in the sport. Violence became central to identity, recognition, and success. Football was no longer simply a game. It was a narrative performance in which courage and risk were inseparable. And the public appetite for spectacle shaped the sport's evolution in profound and lasting ways. In the 1930s, football had become a game where physical suffering was not only expected but revered. Players internalized a culture in which enduring pain silently was a measure of character. Injury was not treated as a setback or a signal to rest. It was a currency, a form of social and professional capital. To walk off the field, to acknowledge pain or weakness, was to risk ridicule from teammates, coaches, and even the audience that had learned to admire toughness as the ultimate proof of worth. Football had evolved into a contest not merely of skill or strategy, but of resilience. And the currency of that resilience was measured in the ability to absorb trauma without complaint. Accounts from players of the era illustrate this mentality vividly. One lineman described a season in which he played with a fractured rib, a hairline fracture that made each breath a conscious struggle and each tackle a negotiation with pain. He recalled telling himself that showing weakness would define him more than the injury itself. Another back spoke of a concussion sustained in mid-season, a moment of temporary blindness and dizziness that could have ended his career. Instead, he returned to the field within days, claiming that enduring the injury proved he belonged among the strongest men in the league. The narratives of these athletes reveal a mindset in which pain was intertwined with identity. Survival through injury was admired, celebrated, and memorialized. Football had become a theater in which the demonstration of resilience was as important as victory on the scoreboard. The expectation to play through injury shaped the structure of training, practice, and competition. Coaches emphasized toughness in every aspect of preparation, often encouraging players to disregard symptoms and continue performing despite risk. Medical knowledge was limited, and while trainers existed, their role was often subordinate to the demands of the team. A sprained ankle, a bruised shoulder, or the lingering effects of a concussion were frequently minimized. Athletes were expected to manage pain independently, a testament to endurance rather than a challenge to be mitigated. This philosophy reinforced a culture in which suffering was normalized, internalized, and even valorized. Pain as currency was not merely a personal measure. It was central to social hierarchy within teams. Players who demonstrated the capacity to endure extreme physical stress earned respect from peers and coaches alike. Those who faltered, who expressed discomfort or sought relief, risked social exclusion or derision. Athletic success was inseparable from the willingness to embrace injury, and personal reputation depended on visible resilience. The culture created an environment in which athletes continually tested their limits, viewing the ability to survive punishment as proof of moral and physical superiority. The economic pressures of the era reinforced this dynamic. Professional football, still in its formative stages, offered modest salaries and minimal security. Players often relied on performance and reputation to maintain employment and attract contracts. Enduring injury was a demonstration of dedication, a signal to team owners and fans that a player was committed and reliable. The social value of pain translated directly into professional opportunity, reinforcing the notion that suffering and endurance were forms of leverage within the sport. Injury, once normalized, became a strategic and cultural asset. Testimonies from athletes of the era underscore the psychological weight of this culture. One player recalled returning to practice hours after a severe tackle, describing how the coach praised him for demonstrating toughness. Another remembered teammates offering quiet approval for those who continued playing despite injury. A tacit acknowledgement that survival and endurance were as significant as points scored. These narratives reveal that football culture relied not only on physical resilience, but on the internalization of expectation. Players measured their own worth by their ability to endure pain and maintain performance, embedding injury within the fabric of identity and social value. The reinforcement of pain has currency extended to the spectator experience. Fans were captivated by athletes who played through visible injury, celebrating their courage and commitment. Injuries that might have ended participation in other sports became points of admiration. Public fascination with toughness created a feedback loop in which players felt pressure to demonstrate resilience. Audiences rewarded endurance, and the sports narratives increasingly centered on the capacity to endure extreme physical strain. The spectacle of suffering became integral to the identity of the game, with admiration for bravery tightly linked to the willingness to absorb injury without complaint. This cultural expectation influenced both strategy and play. Coaches were known to rely on veteran players for key moments, often placing them at risk despite recent injuries. Players assumed responsibility for managing their own condition, continuing to execute physically demanding tasks regardless of personal cost. The game itself was structured in ways that amplified risk. Mass formations, aggressive blocking, and open-field collisions remained central to competition. The introduction of basic protective equipment mitigated some consequences, but it did not fundamentally alter the expectation that players demonstrate courage through physical endurance. Pain was normalized as a functional and symbolic element of the sport. Medical oversight during this period was minimal and reactive rather than preventative. Trainers were present, but their influence was limited, and diagnoses were often informal or delayed. Symptoms of concussion or joint trauma were frequently ignored or dismissed, both by the athlete and by those responsible for team management. Players learned to minimize pain to maintain their position on the roster and avoid being perceived as weak. This culture created long-term consequences that would only become apparent decades later. Injuries sustained in silence accumulated, leaving athletes with chronic pain, neurological impairments, and a legacy of physical compromise. The short-term admiration of courage often masked the enduring cost of these choices. Pain as currency also shaped the psychological dimension of football. Players developed resilience, not only in the physical sense, but in their capacity to tolerate stress, fear, and uncertainty. Enduring trauma became a source of pride, reinforcing personal identity and social standing. Mental toughness was inseparable from physical endurance, and the culture celebrated both. Athletes internalized the expectation that pain was a measure of worth, producing a self-reinforcing system in which suffering was valorized and performance under duress was essential to recognition. The ERA provides insight into the paradoxical relationship between heroism and risk in football. Players were admired for survival, yet the admiration came at the cost of long-term health. Fans celebrated courage without understanding the cumulative effect of repeated injury. Teams prioritized short-term results over long-term welfare, creating an environment in which injury was both expected and rewarded. This duality shaped the evolution of the sport, embedding a pattern in which resilience and endurance were cultural imperatives, while risk and injury were concealed or celebrated as indicators of moral and physical virtue. Quotes from the time encapsulate the ethos. One lineman reflected that the bruises and fractures he accumulated were proof that he belonged in the league, evidence of his ability to endure the sport's demands. Another described the pride in completing a season despite repeated injuries, framing physical suffering as a rite of passage. These voices illustrate that football culture had internalized a philosophy in which pain was not incidental but central to identity. Injury was a tool through which athletes demonstrated courage, earned respect, and secured social and professional capital. In examining this period, it becomes clear that the culture of toughness and silence shaped the very essence of football. Pain became a form of currency, exchanged for admiration, status, and opportunity. Players navigated a system in which enduring injury was valorized, and the expectation of resilience permeated every aspect of participation. The sport demanded not only skill and strategy, but an acceptance of suffering as proof of worth. The consequences of this philosophy were profound, shaping individual lives, team dynamics, and the broader culture of the sport. This period of football history lays the groundwork for understanding the enduring tension between spectacle and human cost. The admiration for resilience, courage, and toughness established patterns that would persist through professionalization, broadcast expansion, and modern commercialization. Pain was celebrated as currency, and the legacy of this philosophy can be traced through decades of players who internalized the expectation that injury was to be endured, rarely questioned, and consistently valorized. Football culture, as it evolved, was defined as much by the endurance of trauma as by the pursuit of victory. The 1950s marked a turning point for football in America. The sport that had long relied on newspapers, radio broadcasts, and local fan bases now entered the living rooms of millions. Television networks such as CBS and NBC began to recognize that football was more than a game. It was a spectacle of controlled chaos, a drama played out with physical intensity that could captivate audiences in unprecedented ways. Networks realized that the very violence that had once elicited concern and outrage could be repackaged and presented as entertainment. Broadcasts brought the game to millions simultaneously, allowing fans to witness collisions and physical feats in real time, magnifying the drama and allure. The introduction of television transformed football from a regional pastime into a national obsession. Networks understood early that audiences responded to the spectacle of contact. Viewers were drawn to moments of impact, tackles that bent bodies into unnatural positions, and runners who charged through defenders with a mixture of grace and force. Producers quickly learned to frame these moments for maximum emotional effect, focusing on the intensity of collisions and the suspense of uncertain outcomes. Football's physicality, once a private struggle on the field, became a shared national experience. Fans could witness not only the success of a play, but the endurance and pain required to execute it. The broadcast amplified the drama inherent in the sport and made endurance under physical stress a central component of entertainment. This era marked the beginning of what some historians call the broadcast baptism of football. Networks did not merely transmit games, they curated an experience that emphasized narrative, risk, and heroism. Play-by-play commentators highlighted aggressive runs, collisions that left players staggered, and moments when individual courage altered the course of a game. Audience engagement was driven by the dual tension of admiration and fear. Spectators marveled at the athleticism required to navigate the sport's inherent risks while also responding emotionally to the visible potential for injury. Football became a performance whose stakes were measured both in points scored and in the willingness of players to endure extreme physical challenges. The relationship between media and football culture was symbiotic. Television offered unprecedented visibility for the sport, attracting new fans and sponsors while reinforcing cultural narratives about toughness and endurance. Players became household names, their reputations tied to moments of courage and spectacle broadcast to millions. Networks capitalized on the public fascination with risk and resilience, packaging football as drama that balanced strategy and physicality. The spectacle of violence was no longer a localized event. It was a nationally consumed narrative that shaped perceptions of the sport, the athletes, and the culture surrounding both. The introduction of national broadcasts also altered how teams approached the game. Coaches and players became acutely aware of the audience beyond the stadium. Plays were designed not only to gain yards and score points, but to create moments of visual drama that could captivate viewers at home. Strategic decisions were influenced by the knowledge that endurance, courage, and physical dominance were being watched and interpreted in real time. Television reinforced the existing culture of toughness by amplifying it, creating a feedback loop in which spectacular collisions were rewarded with attention, admiration, and legacy. Violence was increasingly normalized, celebrated, and institutionalized as part of the entertainment product. The 1950s also saw the beginnings of a codified relationship between the league and television networks. Broadcasting rights became a source of revenue, transforming football into a commercial enterprise with national reach. Networks invested in production quality, commentary, and audience engagement, recognizing that the sport's appeal lay in the mixture of strategy, spectacle, and physical risk. This commercialization accelerated the professionalization of football, incentivizing players, coaches, and teams to embrace the culture of toughness and spectacle. The endurance of pain and risk became not only a personal measure of worth, but a component of the broader business model, linking the physical reality of the sport to its national profitability and cultural visibility. Players were acutely aware of their new status as broadcasted performers. Their actions were no longer observed solely by teammates, coaches, and local fans. They were now scrutinized and celebrated on a national stage. Injuries endured in silence were amplified by the attention of millions, further entrenching the expectation that resilience and courage were paramount. Enduring collisions and continuing to perform became a performance in itself, a demonstration of commitment to the team and a testament to the personal toughness that audiences had learned to admire. Television magnified the cultural pressures that had existed for decades, transforming them into a public spectacle with consequences for reputation and legacy. The broadcast baptism also influenced the aesthetics of football. Cameras captured the rhythm of the game, the impact of tackles, and the human cost of collisions. Commentary emphasized endurance, resilience, and tactical bravery. Television framed injury and risk as part of the heroic narrative rather than a limitation or tragedy. Fans at home could witness the intensity of contact, the split-second decisions under duress, and the courage required to recover and continue. The medium changed the perception of violence, turning what was once an element of local concern into a shared experience that defined national understanding of the sport. Economic pressures reinforced this cultural shift. Advertisers recognized that audiences were captivated by dramatic, high-impact moments. Football broadcasts became a venue for commercial storytelling, linking the spectacle of the game with consumer engagement. The network's investment in football mirrored the public's appetite for intense, visually dramatic experiences. Players, teams, and leagues adapted to these expectations, incorporating the culture of toughness into a media-driven framework. Endurance under physical stress was now currency not only on the field, but in the marketplace, with the broadcast ensuring that courage and resilience reached millions simultaneously. The broadcast baptism of football also set the stage for the sport's long-term relationship with controlled spectacle. Violence was not eliminated. It was curated, amplified, and commodified. Players were celebrated for surviving collisions and demonstrating resilience, while audiences consumed these demonstrations as entertainment. Television created a feedback loop in which cultural ideals of toughness, endurance, and heroism were reinforced through visibility. The medium elevated the stakes of physical performance, ensuring that the legacy of pain, courage, and spectacle became inseparable from national perception. Football was no longer only a game. It was a broadcasted drama in which risk and endurance were central to both narrative and culture. Historical accounts from players of the 1950s underscore the impact of broadcast attention. One running back described the thrill and pressure of knowing that every collision was visible to millions. Another lineman reflected on how television magnified both admiration and expectation, creating a stage on which courage and endurance were judged publicly. These testimonies reveal the psychological dimension of broadcast culture, showing that the visibility provided by networks intensified the existing culture of toughness. Pain and risk were no longer private matters, but shared, interpreted, and valorized experiences within the national consciousness. Television transformed football's identity. Collisions, endurance, and courage became central to the spectacle. Fans were drawn not only to strategy and scoring, but to the demonstration of resilience under extreme conditions. Players became national icons whose reputation depended on visible toughness as much as skill. Networks, recognizing the power of these narratives, amplified moments of physical drama, creating a feedback loop that reinforced the culture of endurance. The broadcast baptism of football established patterns that would shape the sport for decades, linking spectacle, media, and culture in ways that elevated both risk and admiration to new heights. The 1950s broadcasts reveal the beginnings of a delicate balance between entertainment, safety, and culture. Networks were aware that the thrill of violence drew attention. Yet the game continued to evolve under pressure from players, coaches, and audiences. The portrayal of collisions and endurance influenced public perception, legitimized the culture of toughness, and transformed football into a nationally shared experience. Audiences became invested not only in outcomes, but in the personal courage of players. And television ensured that endurance under injury was celebrated as a central element of identity. Broadcasts created a national narrative in which risk was both expected and valorized. This period demonstrates that the commercialization of football and the rise of television were inseparable from the culture of toughness and spectacle that had existed for decades. Violence became curated, admired, and integrated into national consciousness through broadcast media. Players were expected to perform under risk. Audiences were captivated by endurance, and networks profited from the emotional drama of physical contest. Football had entered an era in which visibility magnified consequence, narrative elevated risk, and spectacle intertwined with identity, laying the foundation for the modern relationship between sport, media, and culture. As television matured in the 1960s and 1970s, the camera began to shape not only what audiences saw, but how they interpreted football. What had once been a visceral, chaotic spectacle, experienced in the stadium with its raw collisions, blood, and immediate danger, was now filtered through the lens of broadcast technology. The camera created a mercy of sorts, a selective eye that chose which moments to highlight, which angles to frame, and which injuries to minimize. The audience at home no longer witnessed every grimace, every falter, every groan that had once defined the game. The lens framed the sport in ways that emphasized strategy, heroism, and spectacle, while quietly muting the harshest realities of physical trauma. Football remained violent, but the visibility of that violence was increasingly curated and controlled. Producers learned that certain shots maintained drama while reducing the perception of risk. The lens focused on athleticism, the arc of the ball, and the tension of the line of scrimmage. Cameras often avoided the most brutal collisions, or if they captured them, the footage was brief, cropped, or accompanied by commentary that reframed the impact as a heroic act. Play-by-play announcers emphasized the resilience of the players, their ability to bounce back, and the strategic brilliance of a tackle, rather than the potential injury it inflicted. The camera and commentary worked together to sanitize the game, to present violence as controlled and almost choreographed, rather than chaotic and dangerous. The audience perceived a spectacle that was dramatic yet safe, a performance of courage rather than an encounter with real human vulnerability. Players were aware of this transformation. The awareness that broadcasts could frame their actions in a certain light created pressure to perform not only effectively, but visibly heroically. A tackle could be an act of strategic mastery, a daring run could be a display of courage, and enduring a hit could become a public demonstration of toughness. The lens offered a form of protection for the league, turning moments of real physical peril into digestible narrative for viewers at home. At the same time, it reinforced the culture of toughness, as players were rewarded with attention and admiration for resilience under pressure. Injury became less visible, yet the expectation to endure it remained as strong as ever. The selective nature of television coverage also created a mythology around players. Heroes were not simply those who executed the best plays. They were those whose resilience and fortitude were highlighted and celebrated. Cropped frames excluded the faltering, the limping, the subtle signs of trauma. Commentary reframed near catastrophes as calculated risks, instances of brute force as demonstrations of skill. The narrative constructed by cameras and announcers elevated the spectacle and minimized the perception of cost. Players became mythic figures whose endurance seemed effortless, hiding the toll that repeated collisions and sustained trauma exacted. The camera created both legend and illusion, shaping memory as much as reality. In this era, the lens served the interests of both networks and the league. Television depended on audiences captivated by drama, tension, and athletic excellence. Networks selectively framed the game to maintain emotional engagement, emphasizing suspense and heroism while downplaying the grotesque consequences of high-speed collisions. The league, seeking to cultivate a family-friendly image and expand its market, benefited from the illusion of controlled violence. The camera became an instrument of both protection and deception, allowing the sport to continue its culture of endurance and risk while presenting a narrative that minimized the appearance of danger. Football remained dangerous, but the audience was encouraged to admire skill rather than confront the human cost. This selective framing had profound effects on the perception of injury. Audiences grew accustomed to seeing players recover immediately from collisions, to continue running despite obvious hits, and to perform with what appeared to be effortless resilience. The reality of concussions, internal injuries, and broken bones was hidden behind carefully chosen shots and commentary. Fans interpreted toughness as immediate physical recovery, and players internalized the expectation that visible endurance was proof of worth. The camera's mercy masked suffering, creating an illusion that courage and survival were seamless, obscuring the hidden consequences of the repeated trauma that defined the sport. The psychological impact on athletes was significant. Playing under the scrutiny of national television required not only physical toughness, but the ability to perform in a curated environment. Players learned to hide discomfort, to minimize expressions of pain, and to continue executing plays with precision. The lens rewarded resilience and composure, reinforcing a culture in which endurance and silence under injury were expected. Pain remained a currency, but it was now exchanged not only for admiration in the stadium, but also for national recognition. The camera elevated endurance to performative art, making injury simultaneously invisible and central to the sport's identity. The era also reinforced the broader societal perception of football as a contest of character and heroism. Viewers were encouraged to admire strategy, execution, and visible courage while rarely being confronted with the hidden costs. Injuries that once elicited immediate concern now became part of the narrative of spectacle. Players were celebrated for recovering instantly, for continuing through hits, and for maintaining performance despite pain. The camera mediated reality, constructing a narrative that reinforced cultural ideals of toughness while concealing the toll of repeated collisions. The sport became both safer to watch and more demanding to play, with performance under injury elevated as an essential component of public perception. Historical accounts from players of the period illustrate the duality of visibility and reality. One defensive back recalled the pressure of knowing that a brutal PHL tackle would be broadcast and remembered, framing his body to appear graceful rather than fractured in the eyes of viewers. Another lineman spoke of enduring injuries that would later result in chronic pain. Yet during the broadcast, every movement was curated to suggest strength and control. These testimonies highlight that the lens of television transformed the experience of football for both the athlete and the audience, creating a mediated environment in which courage was displayed and suffering minimized. The camera's selective eye also influenced coaching and strategy. Coaches recognized that the most dramatic plays could enhance player reputation and league popularity. Aggressive strategies that produced visible collisions were highlighted for broadcast, reinforcing patterns of risk-taking and valorization of endurance. The narrative constructed by networks encouraged teams to embrace dramatic, high-intensity moments, which further entrenched the culture of toughness. Visibility shaped not only perception, but the very mechanics of the game, intertwining performance, spectacle, and audience expectation in a cycle that elevated the drama while masking the cost. By the 1970s, the mediated spectacle had become an intrinsic feature of professional football. Television transformed perception, created national heroes, and shaped cultural understanding of toughness and resilience. The camera's mercy obscured suffering, sanitized injury, and framed risk as heroic rather than hazardous. Players performed under the dual pressures of physical expectation and mediated representation. Audiences consumed drama and courage while remaining largely unaware of the hidden cost. The lens, once neutral, had become an active agent in shaping the mythology of football. In reflecting on this era, it is clear that the camera did not merely record football. It curated, framed, and controlled the narrative. Collisions, endurance, and courage were amplified, while suffering and vulnerability were minimized. The result was a sport that retained its physical brutality but transformed public perception, emphasizing heroism over injury. Television created a national narrative in which toughness was valorized, risk was hidden, and the spectacle of resilience became central to identity. The lens of broadcast shaped memory, myth, and culture, establishing patterns that continue to define the sport. This period also marks the beginning of a disconnect between reality and perception. Players endured the same physical punishment that had always defined football, yet the audience experienced a mediated version of the game. The camera hid what the eye once saw, reframed trauma as performance, and transformed suffering into spectacle. The broadcast became a lens not only on the game, but on culture itself, shaping how toughness, courage, and endurance were understood. Football remained violent, yet the visibility of that violence became curated, selective, and narratively controlled, establishing a standard for how the sport would be consumed for generations. By the late 1970s and early 1980s, football had undergone a transformation that mirrored broader shifts in American society. What had once been a working-class blood sport, played and celebrated in rough fields and local stadiums, increasingly became a spectacle designed for the suburban living room. The roar of regional crowds remained, but it was accompanied by the hum of televisions, the meticulous choreography of commercials, and the expansion of network influence. Football was no longer solely a contest of raw strength and endurance. It had become a tool of social cohesion, a ritual for middle-class America. Its brutality persisted, yet it was repackaged, sanitized, and framed as entertainment for families, children, and professionals who might never have stepped onto a gridiron themselves. The Gladiators, who once fought for community pride, now played for national recognition, their feats curated for consumption in homes across the country. This shift in identity was both cultural and economic. Television contracts, sponsorships, and merchandising transformed the sport into a business enterprise whose audience extended far beyond the stadium. Football teams began to consider how plays, uniforms, and player images translated to broadcast aesthetics. Players were increasingly marketed as heroes, role models, and celebrities. The emphasis on toughness and courage persisted, yet it was framed in a narrative that emphasized resilience, heroism, and spectacle over the unvarnished consequences of repeated trauma. The game had retained its intensity, but the context of that intensity had changed. Pain and endurance became part of a national story rather than an individual struggle witnessed by immediate communities. As the sport entered suburban homes, audiences developed new expectations for football. The aesthetic of violence had to be calibrated. It was thrilling, yet acceptable. Tackles that might have seemed brutal in the 1950s were now framed as dramatic and strategic. Injuries, though still frequent and severe, were often minimized or reframed by commentators to emphasize courage and continuity. The game became a ritualized form of storytelling in which individual resilience, collective strategy, and national identity intersected. Football was no longer merely a sport. It was a narrative, a drama in which the stakes were both physical and symbolic, demonstrating character, perseverance, and communal pride. The transformation of football into suburban entertainment also altered the relationship between players and their communities. In working-class contexts, players were deeply connected to local fans. Their endurance and courage witnessed firsthand, their successes and injuries shared communally. As the game became nationalized through television, players assumed new roles as symbols of aspiration and heroism. They were no longer just representatives of towns and neighborhoods. They were embodiments of cultural ideals broadcast to millions. This shift amplified the pressure on players to perform, endure, and maintain a public image of toughness. Even as the realities of repeated collisions, injury, and pain remained constant behind the scenes. Economically, the rise of suburban football created incentives that reinforced the culture of endurance. Players' visibility on national broadcasts increased their value to teams, sponsors, and leagues. Those who demonstrated resilience, courage, and the ability to recover from injury were rewarded with attention, endorsement opportunities, and professional longevity. The commodification of toughness transformed personal endurance into public currency, linking physical sacrifice to career advancement and cultural recognition. Pain and risk became a form of capital, exchanged for fame, status, and economic security within a system that celebrated the appearance of invulnerability. This transformation also influenced coaching and strategy. Teams increasingly emphasized plays that were both effective on the field and dramatic on television. High-impact collisions, daring runs, and defensive feats were not only tools for winning, but instruments for narrative spectacle. Players were expected to perform under conditions that maximized both athletic performance and visual drama. The culture of endurance, already deeply embedded in the sport, became intertwined with performance for national audiences. Physical courage was no longer a personal or local measure of worth. It was an attribute measured and amplified through media exposure. The narrative surrounding players also evolved. Heroes of the gridiron were defined not just by their performance, but by their visible capacity to endure and recover. Fans admired players who executed high-risk maneuvers while demonstrating resilience. The lens of broadcast and commentary constructed a mythology in which injury and recovery were integrated into the story of the athlete. The spectacle of endurance became central to identity, obscuring the underlying toll on bodies that had been forged in decades of unrelenting collisions. Players were celebrated for performing as if impervious, creating a dissonance between public perception and private reality. Socially, the transformation of football into suburban entertainment reinforced ideas about masculinity and risk. The game symbolized the ability to endure hardship, recover from setbacks, and maintain composure under pressure. This cultural framing extended beyond the field, influencing perceptions of male behavior, work ethic, and emotional resilience. Football became a conduit through which ideals of toughness, bravery, and perseverance were transmitted to a broad audience, shaping not only the sport, but also social expectations. Violence, previously raw and unmediated, was now presented as a metaphor for challenge, struggle, and moral fortitude. The shift to a middle-class audience also redefined the stakes of injury. Players continued to endure repeated collisions and chronic trauma, yet the framing of these experiences emphasized heroism over hazard. The lens of broadcast, commentary, and national expectation created a performance imperative. Visible resilience was essential to maintaining status, reputation, and career opportunities. The reality of injury, once central to the working-class narrative of football, was obscured by spectacle. Endurance became both an ethical and professional requirement, linking personal risk to public perception and economic success. Players' reflections from this era illustrate the tension between visibility and vulnerability. One linebacker described the dual pressures of performing for both teammates and millions of viewers at home. Another recalled the exhilaration and fear of collisions framed for broadcast, noting that public perception of courage often masked personal suffering. These testimonies highlight the psychological weight of visibility, revealing that the transformation of football into suburban entertainment intensified the existing culture of endurance while mediating its perception. The game had become a performance in which courage and resilience were displayed, consumed, and rewarded on a national scale. The era also established a new relationship between the league and social identity. Football became a symbol of community, cohesion, aspiration, and national culture. Players were emblematic of virtues admired across demographics: courage, toughness, and perseverance. The sport's transformation reflected broader societal shifts, including economic growth, suburban expansion, and the proliferation of television as a dominant medium. Football, once a raw and localized contest, became an instrument of shared cultural identity. Celebrated not only for athletic achievement, but for the narrative of resilience it projected to millions of households. In examining this period, it is clear that the sport retained its foundational brutality. Yet the context of that brutality changed. Football became more than a contest of strength and strategy. It was a mediated drama, a narrative constructed for consumption. Pain, endurance, and injury persisted. Yet they were reframed, sanitized, and incorporated into a story that emphasized heroism, courage, and spectacle. Players remained gladiators, but the arena had shifted from muddy fields and local stadiums to the national stage of suburban homes, where the audience consumed drama as much as athleticism. Violence endured, but its perception was carefully curated. This transformation laid the groundwork for the modern identity of football. Players became symbols of endurance, courage, and heroism in ways that transcended the sport itself. Fans, now invested in televised narratives, learned to admire resilience without confronting the hidden toll of repeated injury. The culture of toughness, forged over decades of unmediated violence, was preserved, amplified, and reframed within a context that prioritized entertainment, social cohesion, and economic growth. Football remained physically punishing, but the lens of suburban consumption reshaped the relationship between audience, athlete, and the enduring spectacle of the game. The shift from working-class blood sport to middle-class entertainment demonstrates that football's identity has always been malleable, adapting to the cultural and economic environment while maintaining core elements of risk, endurance, and courage. The gladiators of the suburbs were heirs to a legacy of toughness. Yet their heroism was mediated, curated, and consumed on a scale unimaginable in the sport's early years. Violence remained central, but its perception was transformed. Football had entered a new era in which spectacle, identity, and endurance were intertwined, shaping both the culture of the sport and the national imagination that consumed it. By the late 1960s, football had evolved into more than a sport. It had become a brand, a symbol of national identity, and a showcase for carefully curated heroism. The NFL's rise to prominence was guided by figures whose influence extended far beyond the field. Vince Lombardi was celebrated not only for his victories and coaching acumen, but for embodying the ideal of controlled, disciplined courage. Lombardi's presence projected a philosophy in which toughness was structured, heroism was visible, and endurance was systematically cultivated. Meanwhile, Commissioner Pete Rozelle transformed the league into a business powerhouse. Understanding that image, media, and narrative could be as valuable as touchdowns and tackles. The NFL's Corporate Crusade was a deliberate effort to present football as a spectacle of controlled heroism, a dramatic performance that balanced physical risk with marketable idealism. The league's branding efforts were comprehensive and strategic. Lombardi, as the face of disciplined excellence, reinforced a cultural narrative that toughness and perseverance were the hallmarks of success. His teams executed plays with precision, his players embodied resilience, and his demeanor conveyed an image of heroism under control. Lombardi's philosophy merged the spectacle of physical endurance with the rigor of corporate messaging, turning victory into narrative and performance into legend. The NFL leveraged these ideals to cultivate public admiration, framing the sport as an arena where courage, discipline, and moral fortitude could be witnessed, celebrated, and consumed by audiences nationwide. Rozelle's vision for the league complemented this image. He recognized that football's national appeal could be amplified through television, marketing, and strategic partnerships. Under his leadership, the NFL cultivated relationships with networks, sponsors, and advertisers that positioned the sport as an accessible, family-friendly spectacle. Games were packaged as narratives. Players were promoted as heroes, and the league presented an image of controlled intensity. Collisions, hard hits, and physical endurance remained central to the sport, but they were framed as demonstrations of skill, courage, and discipline rather than raw violence. The Corporate Crusade was as much about perception as performance, shaping how audiences interpreted the spectacle of football and reinforcing the league's authority as both entertainment and institution. This era saw the systematic shaping of player identity. Athletes were marketed not only for their ability to execute plays, but for their capacity to embody resilience, discipline, and sportsmanship. The league encouraged narratives that emphasized controlled heroism: the quarterback who remained composed under pressure, the lineman who absorbed hits without faltering, the running back who overcame obstacles with determination and strategy. Players were guided to present a public persona aligned with league ideals, reinforcing a brand in which toughness was celebrated but danger was visually managed and culturally acceptable. The Corporate Crusade intertwined physical endurance with identity management, linking individual performance to the broader cultural story of the NFL. The league's strategic use of media reinforced these narratives. Television broadcasts highlighted skill, strategy, and drama, while selectively framing collisions to emphasize heroism rather than injury. Play-by-play commentary amplified the perception of control, describing tackles as feats of precision, endurance, and bravery. Camera angles, replay selections, and narrative pacing all contributed to the image of a sport in which risk was acknowledged, but heroism prevailed. The league understood that audiences would respond not only to victories and statistics, but to the story of resilience, courage, and controlled performance. Football's brutality was maintained, yet recast as spectacle, ensuring that fans admired the effort while remaining distanced from its full consequences. The Corporate Crusade also influenced league policy and public relations. Safety measures were introduced not only to protect players, but to safeguard the league's image. Helmets, padding, and rule modifications were framed as innovations that preserved the integrity of the sport while managing risk. Concussions and injuries were addressed in ways that balanced care with the imperative of maintaining public perception. The league's communication emphasized responsibility, discipline, and heroism, creating a narrative in which toughness and resilience remained central, yet the appearance of danger was carefully moderated. Football's inherent risks were now part of a broader story in which the league curated both spectacle and morality. Economic incentives reinforced the cultural and corporate narrative. Players who demonstrated resilience and skill on national broadcasts gained visibility, endorsements, and career advancement. Teams benefited from heightened fan engagement and revenue streams tied to the league's expanding brand. The NFL's Corporate Crusade transformed endurance into a commodity, linking the culture of toughness with financial reward and professional opportunity. Pain and risk persisted on the field, but they were reframed within a system that amplified heroism, normalized performance under stress, and rewarded those who conformed to the league's ideals of controlled courage. The era also solidified the mythology of football heroes. Lombardi's victories, Rozell's marketing acumen, and the performances of star players created a shared national narrative in which endurance, skill, and bravery defined cultural ideals. The league leveraged storytelling, media, and spectacle to construct a pantheon of athletes who exemplified controlled heroism. Fans learned to admire resilience as much as strategy, courage as much as execution. Violence remained intrinsic to the game, but the Corporate Crusade had transformed its perception, presenting it as both dramatic and morally palatable, a contest of heroism rather than sheer physical peril. Players themselves reflected on this transformation with ambivalence. Some appreciated the heightened visibility and prestige, recognizing that national broadcasts and branding elevated both careers and cultural status. Others understood that the pressure to perform under injury and scrutiny created an environment in which endurance was public. Pain was minimized, and personal sacrifice was both expected and celebrated. The Corporate Crusade reframed the cost of performance, turning endurance into a visible demonstration of virtue while masking the cumulative effects of repeated trauma. Athletes became both performers and symbols, navigating the dual demands of physical endurance and cultural expectation. The league's corporate strategy extended beyond individual players to encompass the sport's broader identity. Football was presented as a disciplined, heroic endeavor, a drama in which strategy and courage intertwined. Collisions and physical risk were essential to the narrative, but framed as challenges overcome through skill, training, and resilience. Fans were invited to admire the spectacle, internalize ideals of heroism, and celebrate endurance while remaining at a safe distance from the human cost. The Corporate Crusade ensured that the sport's brutality was contextualized within a framework of national culture, moral narrative, and economic value, transforming football into a mediated spectacle of virtue as much as victory. Historical accounts from this era illustrate the power of branding. Coaches, commentators, and executives described football as a performance shaped by narrative, media, and audience expectation. Players internalized the league's messaging, understanding that visible courage and resilience were essential for legacy and recognition. Fans consumed stories of controlled heroism, framing endurance under collision as evidence of character and moral strength. The Corporate Crusade shaped every dimension of the sport, from policy and marketing to performance and public perception, intertwining physical risk with narrative authority. This period underscores a critical tension in the evolution of football. The league celebrated endurance, toughness, and heroism while managing perception and marketability. Violence was neither eliminated nor ignored. It was curated, framed, and amplified in ways that reinforced both cultural and economic objectives. Football became a drama in which heroism was structured, courage was mediated, and endurance was commodified. The NFL's Corporate Crusade transformed the sport into a national narrative in which players were gladiators, collisions were spectacle, and resilience was as visible as the score. By the end of the 1970s, the league had established a model that persists today. Controlled heroism became the defining narrative of football. Players performed under the dual imperatives of endurance and visibility. Audiences consumed a sport in which the brutality remained, yet its perception was carefully curated, framed as moral and heroic. The Corporate Crusade reinforced ideals of toughness while minimizing the visibility of suffering, creating a feedback loop in which physical courage, media representation, and economic reward became inseparable. Football had become both a game and a story, a spectacle in which identity, narrative, and performance intertwined. Beneath the bright lights of stadiums and the roar of cheering crowds, a hidden narrative unfolded. Football had become a national spectacle, celebrated for strategy, heroism, and resilience. Yet behind the scenes, the human cost was mounting. Players endured injuries that were neither acknowledged nor properly treated. Surgeries were performed quietly, and concussions were often ignored or dismissed. The glories captured on broadcast were a carefully constructed narrative, masking the pain, sacrifice, and often permanent damage sustained in pursuit of victory and public admiration. The hidden hospital existed in locker rooms, private clinics, and under the radar of league oversight. A parallel world in which the consequences of the sport's violence were minimized, delayed, or concealed entirely. The phenomenon was not limited to minor injuries. Careers were cut short by repeated trauma that went unrecorded in public narratives. One player would return to the field despite internal bleeding. Another would hide concussive symptoms to avoid missing a game. The league's emphasis on endurance and toughness created a culture in which silence was valorized, and disclosure could be seen as weakness. Team physicians, trainers, and coaches were often complicit navigating the tension between protecting the player and maintaining the appearance of resilience. In this environment, medical intervention existed primarily to preserve performance rather than safeguard long-term health. The hidden hospital became a space where sacrifice was normalized, pain was contained, and the consequences were deferred. The culture surrounding injury was intertwined with the league's broader narrative of controlled heroism. Players were rewarded for returning quickly, for performing despite pain, and for presenting an image of invulnerability. Statistics, accolades, and public recognition depended on the perception of endurance. Behind the headlines and highlight reels, players were negotiating a different reality. One in which the cumulative effects of repeated trauma were largely invisible to fans, commentators, and even the wider medical community. The hidden hospital represented both a physical and cultural space, one that revealed the dissonance between public spectacle and private consequence. Concussions, in particular, exemplified the hidden costs of professional football. During the 1970s and 1980s, understanding of traumatic brain injury was limited, and cultural expectations discouraged disclosure. Players described feeling dazed, experiencing memory lapses, or suffering from persistent headaches. Yet the imperative to perform overrode the impulse to seek care. Team physicians often advised rest but allowed immediate return to play, and medical records of these injuries were inconsistently maintained. The consequence was a cycle in which repetitive head trauma accumulated, manifesting in cognitive decline, mood disorders, and long-term neurological consequences that were rarely addressed until years after retirement. The hidden hospital was a repository for unspoken suffering, a testament to endurance elevated above well-being. The culture extended to physical injuries that were immediately visible. Broken bones, torn ligaments, and internal injuries were often treated expediently to allow a rapid return to play. Players underwent secretive procedures, sometimes outside the scrutiny of fans and media, to ensure continuity of performance. The emphasis on visibility reinforced a paradox. Endurance was publicly celebrated, but the mechanisms enabling its surgery, pain management, and concealed trauma remained largely invisible. Players were simultaneously celebrated as heroes and subjected to risks that were deliberately downplayed in public discourse. Players from this era have recounted the pressures of navigating these dual realities. One lineman described undergoing multiple procedures during a season, returning to the field with only temporary relief and a body already compromised by previous injuries. Another recalled concussions that went unreported to preserve playing time, noting that public perception of toughness outweighed personal safety. These testimonies reveal a systemic tension in professional football. The pursuit of victory and the cultivation of heroism often required endurance at the cost of health, with the hidden hospital serving as both facilitator and witness to this reality. The hidden hospital was also a reflection of broader societal expectations. Football culture valorized stoicism, toughness, and the ability to endure pain. Players internalized these ideals, making strategic decisions to conceal injuries, continue playing, and meet public and team expectations. Medical staff operated within this framework, balancing ethical responsibility with the pressures of team performance, media scrutiny, and league priorities. The result was an ecosystem in which injury was both managed and minimized, celebrated in terms of resilience, but often neglected in terms of actual health. The hidden hospital functioned as the physical and metaphorical space where these contradictions coexisted. Economic factors further reinforced the hidden hospital. Players' livelihoods depended on visibility, performance, and perceived toughness. Missing games or admitting to injury risked not only short-term recognition, but long-term career prospects. Teams, networks, and sponsors were invested in narratives of endurance and resilience. The league, pursuing ratings, revenue, and cultural prestige, indirectly incentivized the concealment of trauma. The hidden hospital was thus not only a medical phenomenon, but a social and economic construct, reflecting the intertwined pressures of health, performance, and perception. The consequences of these hidden practices became evident over time. Retired players reported chronic pain, cognitive impairment, and psychological challenges linked to untreated or undertreated injuries. Some developed neurodegenerative conditions directly tied to repeated concussions and physical trauma. Others faced debilitating musculoskeletal issues, the cumulative result of years of playing through pain. These outcomes underscored the hidden hospital's significance. It was a site where endurance was preserved at a cost that was often invisible until years later. The spectacle of football, celebrated for heroism and toughness, was sustained by an infrastructure of concealed suffering and deferred consequences. The hidden hospital also reveals the limits of public perception. Fans, commentators, and media celebrated resilience, strategy, and athleticism without full awareness of the toll exacted on players' bodies and minds. The league's controlled narrative emphasized spectacle, performance, and heroism, minimizing the visibility of injury. The hidden hospital existed to bridge this gap, ensuring continuity of performance while insulating audiences from the sport's rawest consequences. Endurance was visible, suffering was not, and the narrative of controlled heroism was maintained at the expense of transparency. Examining the hidden hospital sheds light on the structural and cultural forces that shaped professional football. It was a space where medical intervention, cultural expectation, and economic incentive converged. The league's emphasis on toughness, performance, and visibility created an environment in which injury was both managed and concealed. Players endured physical and neurological consequences that would only fully manifest decades later. The hidden hospital represents the unseen dimension of the sport's evolution, a critical component in understanding how football maintained its intensity, spectacle, and cultural resonance while simultaneously managing the appearance of danger. The narrative of the hidden hospital continues to resonate in discussions of player safety and league responsibility. Modern awareness of concussions, long-term trauma, and chronic injury has its roots in the practices and culture established during the height of professional football's expansion. Historical accounts of unreported injuries, secretive procedures, and coerced endurance provide essential context for understanding contemporary debates. The hidden hospital stands as a stark reminder that the spectacle of football has always relied on a complex balance between endurance, visibility, and the quiet toll exacted on the human body. In reflecting on this era, it is evident that the hidden hospital shaped not only individual careers, but the cultural understanding of football itself. Endurance was celebrated, heroism was elevated, and injury was obscured. The league's managed narrative relied on concealed suffering to maintain both spectacle and mythology. Players navigated a world in which performance was paramount and vulnerability was a liability. The hidden hospital was the domain where these tensions converged, preserving the continuity of the sport while masking the true costs of its physical demands. It is a testament to endurance, sacrifice, and the unseen architecture of professional football. The advent of slow-motion technology transformed the way football was perceived. Collisions that once appeared as fleeting, chaotic impacts were now elongated, dissected, and framed in a way that elevated them to a form of visual poetry. The brutality of the game, once absorbed as part of the spectacle of endurance and courage, became aestheticized. Tackles, hits, and crashes were not merely functional elements of strategy, but dramatic moments worthy of replay and reflection. The culture surrounding football began to embrace the beauty of violence, learning to admire the precision and inevitability of pain, even as it endured on the field. Slow motion provided a new lens, literally and figuratively, through which audiences could witness, analyze, and revere the physicality of the sport. Television networks quickly recognized the power of slow motion. For viewers, the ability to see the full arc of a hit, the subtle movements of body and armor, and the moment of impact magnified the drama and intensity of the game. Producers and commentators framed these moments as heroic, emphasizing the skill and timing required to execute a perfect tackle or block. The camera's deliberate focus slowed down the chaos, allowing spectators to marvel at the controlled violence of professional athletes. Pain became a spectacle, endurance a narrative, and collisions a form of storytelling. Football was no longer just about the score. It was about the choreography of impact, the artistry embedded in brutality. This aestheticization of violence changed both audience perception and player experience. Fans began to celebrate the sheer spectacle of contact, often elevating the player who endured or delivered a punishing hit to near-mythic status. Players internalized this dynamic, recognizing that the slow-motion lens could immortalize moments of courage, toughness, and resilience. A perfectly timed tackle captured in replay could define a career, illustrating not only skill, but the willingness to risk bodily harm for the narrative of heroism. The slow-motion gaze transformed the culture of endurance into one in which pain and violence could be appreciated as much for their spectacle as their strategic necessity. The psychological effect on players was significant. Athletes were aware that every collision could be replayed, analyzed, and admired or criticized by millions. The stakes of endurance were amplified, not only by the immediate consequences of injury, but by the permanence of recorded performance. One linebacker described the experience of knowing that a tackle, executed with precision but accompanied by a personal cost of pain or injury, could become a defining image in national broadcasts. This awareness heightened the culture of controlled risk as players sought to balance aggression, skill, and survival. Slow motion created both admiration and expectation, amplifying the tension between performance and personal well-being. The aesthetic framing of injury also shaped public understanding of the sport. Slow-motion replay allowed commentators and audiences to focus on mechanics, technique, and heroism, often minimizing the visibility of the human cost. Bruises, concussions, and internal injuries were less apparent when replay emphasized precision and impact rather than suffering. Fans learned to admire the choreography of endurance, seeing the body as an instrument of performance rather than as a vessel vulnerable to cumulative trauma. This shift in perception reinforced the league's broader project of controlling the narrative of violence, presenting football as a spectacle of skill and courage while obscuring the long-term consequences of repeated hits. Media narratives began to codify the heroic language surrounding slow-motion collisions. Commentators highlighted courage, timing, and execution, often framing the physical risk as evidence of character and resolve. Plays were dissected frame by frame to emphasize athleticism and strategy, transforming what might have been perceived as brutal injury into moments of drama and technical mastery. The spectacle of violence became intertwined with cultural ideals of masculinity, endurance, and moral fortitude. Fans learned to admire not only the outcome of a play, but the method by which it was executed, associating visible resilience with identity and worth. The rise of slow-motion replay also influenced coaching and tactical strategy. Teams considered how plays would appear to cameras as much as how they functioned on the field. Players were instructed not only on effectiveness, but on form, timing, and presentation, aware that replays could immortalize moments of excellence or miscalculation. Collisions were calibrated, technique was refined, and the spectacle of endurance was integrated into the very fabric of the game. Slow motion encouraged a culture in which violence was celebrated aesthetically. Endurance became performative, and the line between athletic execution and visual narrative was blurred. One unintended consequence of slow-motion technology was the normalization of injury. Audiences and players alike began to see physical harm as an expected and admirable part of the game. Spectacular hits were lauded not only for skill, but for the visible risk and pain involved. This perception reinforced the culture of toughness, as players were conditioned to perform, knowing that their resilience and capacity to endure would be replayed and admired. The aestheticization of violence turned pain into a spectacle and endurance into a form of public currency. The more dramatic the hit, the greater the recognition, creating a feedback loop that valorized risk and minimized caution. Medical staff and team management were acutely aware of this cultural shift. Players who performed impressive collisions were celebrated, yet the long-term impact on their health was often secondary. Concussions, broken bones, and internal injuries were managed discreetly, with the priority on returning athletes to the field for the next opportunity to demonstrate skill and courage. The slow-motion lens amplified the incentive to perform through injury, as a single replay could define perception, reputation, and legacy. Football became a space where heroism was measured not only in victories, but in the visible capacity to endure and execute under duress. The broader societal implications were profound. Football became a medium through which Americans engage with violence in a controlled, aestheticized manner. Collisions were admired not solely for physical consequence, but for their narrative and visual impact. The culture learned to appreciate pain as a symbol of courage and resilience, constructing ideals around endurance and spectacle. Athletes were elevated as cultural icons, and the slow-motion replay allowed the public to witness the drama of endurance without confronting the full reality of injury. Violence became beautiful, risk became narrative, and pain became emblematic of character. Players reflected on the era with a sense of duality. Many recognized the allure and power of slow-motion representation. One wide receiver described the pride in a tackle that would be replayed endlessly, knowing it conveyed skill and determination. Another lineman recalled the subtle anxiety that accompanied repeated exposure to replayed collisions, acknowledging that admiration often came at the cost of personal safety. These reflections reveal a culture in which endurance, visibility, and performance were inseparable, and in which the aestheticization of violence elevated spectacle above individual well-being. The rise of slow-motion replay also reinforced the authority of the league and media. By controlling which moments were emphasized, how collisions were framed, and which injuries were visible, broadcasters and executives curated the narrative of football as a sport of controlled heroism. Endurance was celebrated, strategy was highlighted, and violence was aestheticized, creating a mediated experience in which viewers admired both the spectacle and the moral framing of risk. The slow-motion lens shaped cultural understanding, turning brutality into performance and pain into narrative. Ultimately, the era of slow-motion replay represents a critical juncture in the evolution of professional football. The technology transformed the perception of violence, elevated endurance to performative status, and solidified the spectacle of the sport as a cultural phenomenon. Fans learned to appreciate not just the outcome of plays, but the visible manifestation of courage and resilience in real time and replay. Players adapted to the new gaze, balancing risk, skill, and endurance within a system that rewarded visibility and heroism. Pain was aestheticized, endurance was celebrated, and the culture of football absorbed a new layer of complexity, intertwining performance, spectacle, and identity. By the middle of the 20th century, football had grown into something far larger than a game. It became a ritual, a cultural touchstone, and in many ways, a secular religion. Sunday afternoons were no longer merely a block of leisure time. They became sacred, a shared space where communities gathered, families united, and a nation observed both spectacle and moral narrative. The NFL had carefully cultivated an image that intertwined with American ideals, valorizing courage, discipline, and endurance while embedding a moral framework that framed brutality as both necessary and virtuous. Violence on the field was no longer simply a byproduct of competition. It had been transformed into a ritualized expression of collective identity, a form of devotion that mirrored the reverence once reserved for traditional religious observance. This sanctification of the game was deliberate. The league's leaders understood the power of narrative, and they positioned football as a metaphor for American character. Players were cast as paragons of courage and moral fortitude, their physical struggles elevated to symbolic gestures of resilience. Fans were encouraged to witness these moments as both entertainment and instruction, internalizing ideals of perseverance, heroism, and sacrifice. Collisions and confrontations, once raw expressions of athletic competition, were reframed as demonstrations of virtue and courage. Violence itself became a form of ritual, a consecrated act within a broader narrative of moral and civic identity. Sunday's rituals extended beyond the stadium. Families prepared meals, friends gathered around television sets, and communities held informal social observances around the game. The league capitalized on these patterns, marketing football as a cultural constant, a predictable and revered fixture in weekly life. Advertisers, networks, and sponsors embraced the mythology of endurance and heroism, presenting games as communal rites and players as moral exemplars. Fans absorbed both the spectacle and the narrative framing, learning to admire physical courage as an extension of personal and civic virtue. Football became a shared moral universe, a place where brutality was sanctified through repetition, ritual, and narrative. The merging of football with American patriotism further solidified its religious status. Military symbolism, national anthems, and ceremonial pre-game rituals emphasized the alignment of sport with civic identity. Players were presented as defenders of honor, courage, and national pride. Collisions on the field were cast as trials in which strength, strategy, and moral fiber were tested. Fans were invited to interpret these struggles not merely as competition, but as symbolic enactments of national ideals. The ritual of Sunday viewing became an act of participation in a cultural mythology in which brutality, endurance, and heroism were inseparable from identity, citizenship, and collective reverence. The sanctification of violence was reinforced through language and commentary. Play-by-play narrators described hits in terms that celebrated courage and skill, framing collisions as triumphs of character rather than moments of risk or injury. Analysts highlighted the precision, timing, and tactical brilliance of players, emphasizing resilience and composure. Even when injuries occurred, the discourse often emphasized the player's courage in enduring pain, reinforcing a moral hierarchy in which suffering became a badge of honor. Violence was aesthetically framed, ethically coded, and ritualized within the broader spectacle of national culture. Players internalized these expectations. Athletes were taught that endurance, toughness, and the willingness to risk injury were essential components of public identity. A player's reputation depended as much on visible courage and resilience as on statistical accomplishment. The culture of the Sunday ritual elevated individual acts of physical bravery into moral exemplars, rewarding those who embodied the league's ideals while marginalizing those who prioritized personal safety over spectacle. In this way, brutality became not only normalized but celebrated, sanctified through cultural attention, media framing, and ritualized consumption. Economic incentives reinforced the religious framing. Ratings, ticket sales, and merchandise revenue were directly tied to the spectacle of endurance and the dramatization of conflict. Networks promoted narratives of heroism, resilience, and triumph over adversity, linking audience engagement to the moral and aesthetic presentation of the game. Players who embodied these ideals enjoyed heightened visibility, endorsements, and career opportunity. The league's institutional structure ensured that both performance and the perception of controlled courage were rewarded. Brutality became a commodity, elevated to sacred status through economic, cultural, and symbolic validation. The cultural effect extended beyond professional play. High school and collegiate programs adopted similar rituals, aligning the spectacle of local games with the broader national narrative. Coaches emphasized discipline, endurance, and courage, while local media amplified stories of heroism and resilience. Football became a shared moral vocabulary, in which physical risk was imbued with virtue, and endurance was elevated into symbolic meaning. The culture surrounding the sport reinforced a system in which violence was both essential and celebrated, shaping perceptions from the professional level down to youth participation. Historical accounts from this era reveal the degree to which football was culturally intertwined with ritual and morality. One journalist noted that Sundays had become sacred in American life, a day where collective attention focused on the triumphs and struggles of athletes as moral exemplars. Players themselves reflected on the implicit expectations of heroism, recognizing that endurance, courage, and risk were measured not only by personal performance, but by public perception. The sanctification of brutality created a framework in which violence was reinterpreted as necessary, virtuous, and culturally instructive. Medical realities were carefully managed within this framework. Injuries, concussions, and chronic pain persisted, but the cultural emphasis on ritualized heroism often overshadowed personal well-being. Players were expected to endure, fans were trained to admire, and the spectacle was maintained even at the expense of long-term health. The alignment of football with civic and moral identity amplified the social pressure to conform, ensuring that brutality remained both visible and celebrated while the hidden hospital, the quiet management of trauma, persisted in the background. The league's ability to merge patriotism, moral narrative, and ritualized spectacle created a powerful cultural feedback loop. Fans admired endurance, celebrated courage, and internalized narratives of virtue associated with physical struggle. Players performed not only for victory, but for symbolic representation, embodying ideals that transcended sport. Violence became a form of sacred demonstration, a test of character, and a medium through which American identity was both expressed and reinforced. The Sunday ritual transformed football into a national religion, in which collisions were consecrated acts and resilience was a virtue to be witnessed, celebrated, and revered. Even decades later, the influence of these rituals is apparent. The cultural expectation that players perform through injury, the emphasis on spectacle over disclosure, and the moral valorization of endurance persist in subtle and overt forms. Fans continue to admire resilience, networks continue to highlight dramatic collisions, and players navigate the legacy of a culture that has long celebrated both heroism and risk. The NFL's construction of football as a Sunday ritual demonstrates the power of narrative to transform violence into ceremony, endurance into morality, and pain into spectacle. Reflecting on this period, it is evident that the merging of football with American faith and patriotism reshaped the sport. Collisions, injuries, and endurance were reframed as ritualized expressions of virtue. The league's narrative cultivated admiration for controlled heroism, aligning the spectacle of the game with broader cultural ideals. Players internalized these expectations. Audiences absorbed the moral framing, and brutality became sacred through repetition, media framing, and cultural investment. Sunday afternoons were consecrated, violence was aestheticized, and football emerged as both game and national ritual. The era of the Sunday religion illustrates the profound ways in which cultural narratives shape perception, behavior, and identity. The NFL transformed physical risk into moral expression, endurance into heroism, and spectacle into ritual. Violence was celebrated not solely for its physicality, but for its symbolic resonance, turning collisions into acts of cultural significance. The sanctification of the sport reinforced expectations of resilience, loyalty, and courage, creating a shared moral framework that elevated brutality to sacred status and defined the relationship between sport, identity, and society. By the mid-20th century, football had become a technological game as much as a physical one. Helmets, pads, and protective gear had evolved from rudimentary leather to sophisticated plastics and reinforced materials. On the surface, these innovations promised safety. They suggested a new era in which players could endure the game's brutality without suffering the same degree of injury as their predecessors. Helmets were marketed as shields against harm, padding as a buffer against the chaos of contact. Yet this technological optimism concealed a paradox. The very equipment designed to protect players' altered behavior, encouraged more aggressive collisions, and, in effect, made the game deadlier. The helmet myth created an illusion of invincibility, fostering a culture in which risk escalated while perception of danger diminished. Early helmets had been simple leather constructions, offering minimal protection and little influence over the way players approached contact. The addition of rigid plastics, suspension systems, and impact-diffusing linings fundamentally changed the dynamic of collisions. Players could now deliver hits with greater force, confident that the new gear would absorb some of the impact. The perception of safety emboldened both offensive and defensive strategies, encouraging aggression that might previously have been mitigated by fear of injury. Helmets became instruments of both protection and acceleration, amplifying the violence rather than containing it. The myth was not only technological, but psychological, embedding the notion that advancement equated to immunity from harm. The culture surrounding the helmet myth was reinforced by both media and coaching. Coaches emphasized toughness, endurance, and strategic aggression, often framing the use of protective equipment as a tool to extend performance and mastery over the field. Media narratives celebrated bone-crushing tackles, long drives, and dramatic collisions, presenting the protective gear as a vehicle for heroism rather than a shield against vulnerability. Players internalized these messages, embracing the helmet not simply as safety, but as a license to engage in greater risk. What appeared to be technological progress had the unintended consequence of normalizing and intensifying brutality. Medical consequences soon became apparent. Helmets, while protecting against skull fractures, did little to mitigate internal injuries or the forces transmitted to the brain. Concussions, whiplash, and chronic neurological trauma remained prevalent, often hidden from public scrutiny. Players were encouraged to return to play quickly as the perception of safety reinforced a narrative of invulnerability. The helmet, far from eliminating risk, created a feedback loop. Greater perceived protection led to more forceful collisions, resulting in injuries that were increasingly complex and difficult to treat. The myth of safety obscured the reality of ongoing vulnerability. The psychological impact on players was profound. Many believed that their helmets provided near-complete protection, encouraging behaviors that they might have otherwise avoided. A linebacker might deliver a full-speed hit to the chest or head, confident that reinforced padding would absorb the blow. A running back might lower his head and drive through defenders, trusting the helmet's design to shield him. This confidence, however, came at a cost. The forces involved in modern collisions often exceeded the threshold of bodily resilience, producing internal trauma, concussions, and long-term neurological consequences. The helmet myth was not only a misperception, but a cultural force shaping decisions, strategies, and the experience of the sport itself. The helmet myth also shaped public perception. Fans, commentators, and sponsors embraced the narrative of enhanced safety, often equating advanced gear with reduced risk. The spectacle of collisions became more dramatic, with audiences assuming that players were protected while ignoring the unseen consequences. Injury rates were less visible to the public, and the aesthetic of toughness remained unchallenged. Helmets became symbols of endurance and heroism, reinforcing the illusion that physical risk had been mitigated while the culture of controlled violence persisted. What appeared safe to the eye often concealed ongoing vulnerability, shaping both perception and narrative. Technological advances reinforced a cultural expectation that players would perform without visible injury. Helmets, shoulder pads, and reinforced gloves created the appearance of invincibility. When a player staggered from the field, audiences often interpreted the incident as exceptional, rather than a frequent and cumulative consequence of repeated trauma. The protective gear enabled the game to escalate in intensity, while allowing the league to maintain the narrative of controlled heroism. Fans admired the spectacle. Players internalized the expectations, and medical oversight often lagged behind the realities of enhanced force and repetitive impact. Historical testimony illustrates the paradox of the helmet myth. Players who spanned the transition from leather to plastic helmets recounted the difference in how they approached contact. One defensive lineman described a newfound willingness to deliver hits with full force, trusting the helmet to absorb the impact, only to experience headaches, cognitive impairment, and joint pain later in his career. Another wide receiver recalled feeling empowered to dive through defenders, only to accumulate cumulative trauma that manifested in memory lapses and chronic pain. These accounts highlight the dual nature of protective technology. It reshaped performance while obscuring the long-term consequences of heightened violence. The helmet myth also had implications for training and coaching. Strength and conditioning programs evolved to account for the potential of higher-impact collisions, emphasizing speed, leverage, and technique that maximized force. Coaches encouraged calculated aggression, framing risk as part of strategic mastery while relying on protective gear to absorb the worst consequences. Players learned to trust their equipment as a tool, often interpreting perceived safety as permission to engage in behaviors that would have been unthinkable in earlier eras. The culture of endurance was intensified, and brutality was further normalized as both spectacle and ritual. Economic incentives amplified the myth. Television networks, advertisers, and sponsors embraced the narrative of technological progress and player resilience. Helmets were highlighted as evidence that players could endure without permanent consequence, supporting the marketability of the game. Spectacle, safety, and heroism were packaged together to reinforce both audience engagement and revenue. The myth of protection enhanced the appeal of collision-focused narratives while obscuring the realities of risk, creating a cultural ecosystem in which equipment, performance, and perception were tightly interlinked. Ultimately, the helmet myth represents a critical paradox in the history of professional football. The innovation of protective gear promised safety but facilitated escalation. Collisions became more forceful, risk was normalized, and the spectacle of violence was enhanced. Players endured cumulative trauma while audiences celebrated endurance and skill. The helmet became both a symbol of protection and a mechanism for intensifying the very risks it was designed to mitigate. Understanding this dynamic is essential to comprehending how football evolved into a game in which brutality is aestheticized. Endurance is performative, and technology mediates perception while leaving underlying vulnerability unchanged. Reflecting on this era, it is clear that the helmet myth reshaped both the practice and the perception of the game. Technology created the illusion of invulnerability, altering behavior, strategy, and cultural understanding. Collisions became more violent, injuries more complex, and endurance more performative. Players navigated a world in which protection was both literal and illusory, and audiences absorbed a narrative of heroism and safety, even as the physical cost mounted. The helmet myth exemplifies the tension between spectacle and vulnerability, innovation and consequence, and the ways in which football mediated both perception and experience to elevate endurance, aestheticize violence, and obscure the persistent reality of risk. By the 1970s, the National Football League had evolved into a fully professionalized enterprise, a sprawling business that extended far beyond the boundaries of the gridiron. The spectacle of collisions and endurance had become not only a cultural phenomenon, but a commodity. Every tackle, every injury, every moment of heroic resilience was filtered through the lens of profitability. Sponsorships, advertising campaigns, and media contracts transformed the inherent violence of the sport into a marketable asset. Pain and recovery were no longer solely matters of individual struggle. They were integral components of an economic ecosystem designed to maximize audience engagement and revenue. The league had learned to monetize risk and resilience with a precision that mirrored the careful choreography of the game itself. The intersection of commerce and brutality was evident in the rise of corporate partnerships. Sponsors sought to associate themselves with the cultural ideals that football embodied: toughness, endurance, and heroism. Players became walking advertisements for these values, their willingness to endure injury reframed as evidence of moral character. Television networks amplified the spectacle, highlighting plays that dramatized both skill and physical courage. The drama of collisions, the narrative of recovery, and the mythology of resilience were packaged for consumption, creating a feedback loop in which the league profited from the very risks its athletes undertook. Fans were drawn to the spectacle not only for sport, but for the symbolic representation of struggle and triumph. Advertising campaigns reinforced this economic and cultural strategy. Commercials framed the intensity of the game as an aspirational experience, linking the heroism of players to the products and brands that sponsored the broadcast. Viewers were encouraged to associate endurance with virtue and physicality with excitement. Every replay of a punishing tackle became an opportunity to showcase both the drama of competition and the commercial. Benefits of corporate association. Injury and recovery were implicitly woven into these narratives, celebrated as part of the larger story of perseverance and performance. The spectacle of pain became intertwined with the spectacle of marketing, blurring the boundary between athletic heroism and economic incentive. The league's monetization of risk extended to the treatment and management of injuries. Teams invested in medical staff, rehabilitation programs, and innovative recovery techniques. But these interventions were often driven by economic imperatives. Returning a player to the field quickly, even under conditions of incomplete recovery, was aligned with both competitive advantage and financial gain. Medical protocols were informed by the pressures of contracts, broadcast schedules, and sponsor expectations. Players were expected to balance personal safety with performance obligations, navigating a system in which their recovery had commercial as well as physical significance. The business of damage was not simply about managing harm. It was about leveraging endurance as an economic asset. This dynamic was evident in the way player contracts and compensation were structured. Incentives were tied not only to statistical performance, but to visibility, reliability, and participation despite injury. Players who demonstrated resilience and toughness were rewarded with extended opportunities, endorsements, and increased marketability. Risk-taking became both a personal and professional strategy. As athletes understood that demonstrating endurance under duress enhanced both reputation and financial reward. The league system effectively transformed physical vulnerability into economic currency, linking the spectacle of injury to the machinery of profit and cultural admiration. Television contracts played a critical role in amplifying the business of damage. Broadcast rights became increasingly valuable as networks recognized that audiences were drawn to the drama of collisions and the narrative of resilience. Games were scheduled, marketed, and framed to maximize exposure to high-impact moments, ensuring that the spectacle of risk reached the largest possible audience. Commentary, slow-motion replay, and highlight reels emphasized both skill and endurance, transforming physical peril into narrative capital. The league's economic success was inextricably tied to the perception of controlled violence, reinforcing the incentive structure that encouraged both spectacle and risk. The cultural implications of this economic model were profound. Fans absorbed not only the drama of the game, but also the underlying message that endurance and willingness to risk harm were integral to heroism. Players internalized the expectation that physical suffering was both a professional obligation and a source of moral and cultural validation. The commercialization of risk reinforced a feedback loop in which economic imperatives and cultural ideals mutually reinforced each other, shaping behavior, perception, and narrative. Pain became currency, resilience became spectacle, and the business of damage became both moral and material. Historical accounts from this period illustrate the intensity of the system. Executives described the careful calibration of injury reporting, marketing strategy, and broadcast planning. Coaches recounted the pressure to return key players to the field in order to maintain ratings and fulfill sponsor obligations. Athletes reflected on the dual nature of endurance. Their personal risk was amplified by the expectation that performance would be showcased, commodified, and celebrated. The economic and cultural machinery of the league made the spectacle of pain both visible and profitable, linking human vulnerability to collective fascination and financial gain. Medical professionals often occupied a conflicted position within this system. While dedicated to the well-being of players, they were also enmeshed in organizational pressures that emphasized rapid recovery, visible performance, and ongoing participation. Decisions about treatment, rest, and rehabilitation were frequently informed by a combination of physiological assessment, competitive strategy, and economic incentive. Athletes were simultaneously patients, performers, and commodities, navigating a network in which the spectacle of resilience was both morally valorized and commercially exploited. The business of damage created a landscape in which human endurance was inseparable from both profit and cultural narrative. The rise of sponsorship-driven marketing also shifted the aesthetics of injury. Replays of collisions were framed not only as tests of courage, but as content for commercial amplification. Networks highlighted moments of resilience, valor, and dramatic recovery, reinforcing both the entertainment and marketing potential of endurance. The careful curation of these narratives reinforced the perception that risk was integral to identity and success. Players became central figures in a storytelling ecosystem that commodified both their performance and their vulnerability. Violence was celebrated aesthetically, morally, and economically, creating a triad in which culture, commerce, and spectacle reinforced each other. Ultimately, the business of damage reveals the complex interplay between economic incentive, cultural ideology, and physical risk in professional football. The league's ability to monetize both performance and vulnerability transformed endurance into spectacle, injury into narrative, and resilience into commodity. Fans were drawn to the spectacle. Players navigated the pressures of visibility and expectation, and sponsors profited from the symbolic and material capital of human struggle. Violence and recovery were repurposed as integral components of a profit-driven ecosystem, demonstrating how deeply commerce became intertwined with culture and human vulnerability. Reflecting on this era, it becomes clear that monetization reshaped the very character of the game. Risk, endurance, and injury were embedded into the financial and cultural architecture of the NFL. The spectacle of pain, carefully framed by media and marketing, became both a draw and a revenue generator. Players internalized these pressures, audiences absorbed the narratives, and the league structured itself around the profitable dramatization of resilience. The business of damage exemplifies the ways in which football transformed human vulnerability into cultural spectacle and economic capital, creating a model in which endurance, risk, and narrative became inseparable from profit. By the early 21st century, the myth of invulnerability that had long surrounded professional football began to unravel. For decades, players endured repeated blows to the head, accumulated injuries, and chronic pain, all under the narrative of controlled heroism and cultural reverence. Helmets promised protection, team doctors assured safety, and the spectacle of endurance continued to captivate audiences. Yet beneath this carefully curated image, the long-term consequences of repeated trauma were accumulating in silence. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or CTE, a degenerative brain condition linked to repeated concussions and subconcussive impacts, began to emerge as a defining crisis for the sport. The shield of authority, cultural mythology, and economic incentive was under unprecedented pressure, and the truth of the body could no longer be contained. CTE was first identified in boxers decades earlier, but its relevance to football remained under-recognized. Scientific studies, medical journals, and neuropathological research gradually revealed the link between repeated head trauma and long-term cognitive pros, and long-term cognitive, emotional, and physical consequences. Symptoms included memory loss, depression, impulsivity, aggression, and, in many cases, early-onset dementia. For former players, the experience was often devastating. The toughness and resilience that had been celebrated for years now came with a hidden cost, a silent erosion of identity and capability. Those who had endured collisions as proof of character now confronted the reality that each hit had altered the architecture of their minds and lives. Players began to demand accountability. In the early 2000s, former NFL athletes initiated lawsuits against the league, alleging negligence, misrepresentation, and failure to protect them from the long-term consequences of head trauma. The lawsuits exposed decades of internal research, medical reports, and league memos that indicated the NFL had long been aware of the risks, but had minimized or obscured the scientific evidence. Public awareness expanded rapidly. Media coverage, investigative journalism, and documentary reporting brought the hidden realities of the sport into the national conversation. Fans were confronted with the consequences of the very collisions they had celebrated for generations. The lawsuits illuminated the tension between economic incentive, cultural mythology, and scientific truth. The league had profited from the spectacle of violence, reinforced through broadcast contracts, sponsorships, and commercial marketing. Players had internalized a culture of endurance and resilience, often encouraged to play through injuries and downplay symptoms. Now, the narrative was confronted by empirical evidence that challenged the ethical, moral, and financial foundations of the game. The shield that had protected the NFL, a combination of cultural reverence, narrative control, and economic influence, was cracking under the weight of scientific documentation and personal testimony. The human stories were striking. Former athletes recounted the experience of waking to confusion, memory lapses, and emotional instability. Some described struggling to maintain relationships, careers, and independence. The contrast between public perception and private reality was stark. Fans had long admired resilience and endurance, yet the athletes who embodied these ideals were often living with the consequences in solitude. The lawsuits provided both validation and exposure, connecting the scientific findings of CTE to the lived experience of those who had devoted their bodies and minds to the sport. The legal proceedings made tangible what had been invisible for decades, revealing the human cost behind the spectacle of controlled heroism. Settlement discussions and court cases intensified the debate over responsibility. The NFL faced both legal and public scrutiny, prompting evaluations of concussion protocols, medical oversight, and long-term support for retired players. Yet the process was complex. The league argued about causation, individual responsibility, and the challenges of retroactive accountability. Players and their advocates emphasized that the culture of endurance, reinforced by media narratives, coaching strategies, and league policies, had contributed directly to widespread harm. The lawsuits became a cultural reckoning, forcing a confrontation with ethical, financial, and scientific truths that had long been obscured by mythology and spectacle. Medical research accelerated as the crisis unfolded. Neuroscientists, neuropathologists, and epidemiologists examined the brains of deceased players, identifying patterns consistent with repeated trauma. The evidence was compelling. CTE was prevalent among individuals who had played professional football, especially those with long careers and histories of repeated concussions. These findings challenged the long-standing perception that protective equipment and medical oversight had sufficiently safeguarded athletes. The helmet myth, the culture of endurance, and the economic incentives that had fueled risk were now inseparable from a narrative of long-term harm. Science had penetrated the mythology, and the consequences could no longer be denied. The public reaction was profound. Fans, commentators, and policymakers confronted the paradox of admiration and harm. Football, long celebrated as a national ritual and cultural touchstone, was now associated with neurological decline, behavioral instability, and mortality risk. The sports mythology of controlled heroism collided with scientific reality, creating a tension that was both ethical and emotional. Players, once symbols of endurance and virtue, were now living testaments to the cost of a culture that had valorized violence over well-being. The lawsuits crystallized these truths, forcing society to reconsider the balance between spectacle, identity, and human consequence. The cultural implications were equally significant. The revelation of widespread brain injury challenged the very foundations of fandom, ritual, and national identity. The Sunday religion that had sanctified endurance and normalized brutality now faced critical scrutiny. Commentators, journalists, and historians re-evaluated decades of narrative framing, exposing the tension between myth and reality. players were no longer simply heroes. They were subjects of systemic harm, navigating the consequences of a cultural and economic system that had prioritized spectacle over health. The lawsuits brought visibility, accountability, and moral reckoning to a sport that had long obscured its hidden toll. The financial and legal outcomes of these cases were substantial. The league ultimately reached multi-billion-dollar settlements, funded long-term medical monitoring, and implemented new concussion protocols. These actions acknowledged both individual harm and systemic responsibility. Yet they also highlighted the complex interplay of economic power, institutional authority, and cultural expectation. The process of adjudication, negotiation, and policy reform demonstrated that accountability in professional football was inseparable from both structural superior, incentive, and cultural mythology. The sport's evolution was inseparable from the economic, social, and physical systems that sustained it. Reflecting on the lawsuit years, it becomes clear that this period represents a watershed moment in the history of professional football. Players, scientists, and journalists converged to expose the hidden realities of a sport long celebrated for endurance, courage, and resilience. The mythology of controlled heroism collided with the empirical truths of cumulative trauma. The lawsuits revealed the human cost behind decades of spectacle, forcing the league, fans, and society to confront the consequences of normalized violence. Accountability, transparency, and cultural reflection became unavoidable. And the sport itself entered a new phase in which the cost of endurance could no longer be ignored or obscured. The lawsuit years illustrate the intersection of culture, economics, and science in shaping both perception and reality. The NFL's shield of authority, once supported by narrative control and public admiration, was tested against empirical evidence and personal testimony. Players reclaimed their voices, scientists documented systemic harm, and society engaged with questions of responsibility, ethics, and legacy. The sport that had long been a ritual of heroism and endurance was reframed as a site of risk, consequence, and moral complexity. The era of litigation illuminated the tension between spectacle and safety, myth and science, culture and accountability, and set the stage for a re-examination of football's values, practices, and consequences. By the mid-2010s, the National Football League faced a crisis of credibility. Years of lawsuits, scientific revelations, and media scrutiny had exposed the long-hidden consequences of repeated head trauma. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy, memory loss, and long-term neurological damage were no longer theoretical. They were human realities that former players bore as living testimony. In response, the league mounted a public relations counteroffensive, carefully crafted to preserve image, maintain profitability, and reassure audiences that football was both safe and responsible. Campaigns were launched to demonstrate commitment to player safety, community engagement, and social responsibility. Pink ribbons adorned stadiums to signal support for cancer research. Concussion protocols were publicized, new rules emphasizing player protection were enacted, and the language of care and vigilance permeated press releases. On the surface, the NFL appeared to have transformed into a league that valued health alongside spectacle. Beneath this surface, however, the initiatives often emphasized perception over substantive change. The PR strategy was sophisticated. It relied on a combination of media management, strategic partnerships, and visible gestures of care. The league engaged with reporters, hosted press conferences, and disseminated data about improved concussion protocols and player monitoring. Narratives emphasized innovation, proactive health initiatives, and moral responsibility. Audiences were presented with a vision of a league that had learned from its past mistakes, one that prioritized the well-being of athletes while maintaining the excitement of the game. Yet the underlying reality was more complicated. Protocols, procedures, and studies were often designed to demonstrate compliance and reassurance rather than to radically transform the culture of endurance and risk that had defined football for over a century. The language of safety became central to the league's messaging. Statements emphasized commitment to medical oversight, rigorous evaluation, and early intervention. Concussion protocols were highlighted as evidence of a new era of vigilance, and the narrative reinforced the idea that football had adapted to scientific insight. The optics of care, however, were not always matched by the lived experience of players. Many reported ongoing pressure to perform despite injury, inconsistent implementation of protocols, and limited access to long-term monitoring. The PR campaigns succeeded in conveying responsibility to the public while leaving structural and cultural pressures largely intact. Safety became both a narrative and a branding tool, often more visible than effective. Sponsorships and advertising amplified the league's counteroffensive. Corporate partners were eager to associate with a socially responsible and health-conscious image. Marketing campaigns linked football to charitable initiatives, public health awareness, and community engagement, creating a narrative that emphasized moral and cultural leadership. Audiences were presented with a league that appeared accountable, ethical, and proactive. The visual and rhetorical framing reinforced the idea that football had evolved, aligning culture, commerce, and social responsibility in a way that obscured ongoing tensions between spectacle and risk. The cultural consequences of this PR strategy were profound. Fans, many of whom had grown up idolizing endurance and toughness, were encouraged to reconcile the violence of the game with new narratives of care and oversight. Players were positioned as both heroes and beneficiaries of institutional attention, creating an environment in which admiration for resilience could coexist with acknowledgement of vulnerability. Yet this reconciliation was often superficial. The structural pressures that had encouraged risk-taking, early returns from injury, and a culture of silence persisted. The league's public messaging reshaped perception without necessarily transforming the lived reality of athletes, allowing both the spectacle of collisions and the business model built upon them to endure. Medical professionals played a complex role in this era. Team doctors, consultants, and independent experts were incorporated into protocols that emphasized evaluation, monitoring, and reporting. Their work was publicly lauded as evidence of the league's commitment to player welfare. Yet tensions remained between the priorities of health, performance, and visibility. In some cases, medical recommendations were subordinated to competitive pressures, broadcast schedules, or organizational imperatives. Players continued to navigate an environment in which their safety was officially prioritized, but practically negotiated in the context of contracts, expectations, and cultural norms. The PR messaging, while powerful, did not fully mitigate the historical culture of normalized risk and endurance. Slow-motion replays and highlight reels reinforced the duality of perception. Collisions were presented as dramatic, athletic, and thrilling, while commentary emphasized adherence to safety rules and medical oversight. The aesthetic of violence was maintained, but it was now framed within a narrative of vigilance and responsibility. Fans consumed spectacle alongside reassurances of care, creating a cultural experience in which risk, endurance, and moral credibility were simultaneously celebrated and mediated. The PR counteroffensive effectively aestheticized mitigation, emphasizing appearance and narrative cohesion over comprehensive transformation of risk. Athletes responded with a mixture of acceptance, skepticism, and caution. Some embraced the protocols as meaningful improvements, valuing increased awareness, baseline testing, and structured return-to-play procedures. Others recognized the limitations of these initiatives, noting that cultural expectations of toughness and performance continued to exert influence. Interviews and testimonies revealed the tension between public messaging and personal experience. Players acknowledged the visibility of safety while confronting the enduring realities of accumulated trauma. The PR efforts, while impressive in scale and sophistication, could not entirely erase the legacy of a century of normalized violence. Legal and financial considerations shaped the counteroffensive. The league was motivated not only by ethical concerns, but also by the need to maintain sponsorships, broadcast contracts, and public goodwill. Demonstrating proactive engagement with safety issues helped mitigate potential liability and preserve revenue streams. The campaigns functioned as both moral framing and risk management, emphasizing responsiveness and responsibility while maintaining the appeal of high-impact spectacle. Safety became an instrument of narrative control, leveraging perception to sustain both trust and profitability. The phrase PR over pain captures the essence of this era. The league's counteroffensive relied on visible commitments, strategic messaging, and symbolic gestures to address concerns about injury, concussion, and chronic trauma. Initiatives were implemented, partnerships formed, and awareness raised. Yet the underlying culture of risk persisted. Violence continued to be aestheticized, endurance valorized, and commercial interests aligned with spectacle. The PR campaign succeeded in shaping perception, framing football as both responsible and thrilling, without fully addressing the systemic pressures that had long produced injury and cumulative harm. Reflecting on this period, it becomes clear that PR efforts transformed the discourse surrounding football. Public narratives emphasized care, ethics, and vigilance, reframing the sport in a way that acknowledged past harms while reinforcing cultural admiration for endurance. Players were publicly celebrated for resilience, while audience perception of safety was carefully managed. Yet the history of normalized violence, structural pressure, and cumulative injury remained embedded in the sport. The league had learned to reconcile public perception with ongoing risk, creating a carefully curated environment in which spectacle, safety, and narrative coexisted in tension. PR over pain exemplifies the ways in which image management can mediate cultural, economic, and athletic imperatives without fully resolving underlying challenges. Ultimately, the era of PR over pain highlights the intersection of communication, culture, and human vulnerability. The league demonstrated an ability to shape perception, reinforce narratives, and maintain commercial viability while responding to scientific and cultural pressure. Players continue to navigate both historical legacy and contemporary expectations, embodying resilience within a framework of mediated responsibility. Fans experienced a sport that appeared safer and more accountable, even as the underlying dynamics of risk, endurance, and spectacle persisted. This period underscores the capacity of narrative and public relations to transform perception, highlighting the tension between image and lived reality in professional football. Long after the stadium lights dimmed, the applause faded, and the cameras moved on. A different reality awaited those who had devoted their bodies to the game. Retired players found themselves in a quiet, unrelenting struggle. Away from the spotlight, away from the adulation and the narrative of heroism carefully curated by broadcasts and sponsorships. Many confronted a profound sense of loss. Their memories were fragmented, their personalities altered, and their sense of identity eroded by decades of repeated collisions. The physical bravery that had once been celebrated now carried hidden consequences, leaving them to navigate a world in which resilience was no longer rewarded and endurance had become a burden. These were the heroes in hiding, men whose sacrifices were invisible, unrecorded, and profoundly human. For decades, the culture of toughness had demanded silence. Players internalized the expectation that injuries were obstacles to be endured rather than discussed. Concussions, bruises, and chronic pain were badges of honor, a measure of courage and commitment. The applause of the crowd and the approval of coaches reinforced this ethos, conditioning players to equate suffering with value. Yet the very endurance that had defined their careers now manifested as cognitive decline, emotional instability, and physical frailty. Memory loss disrupted daily life, erasing familiar routines and intimate connections. Emotional breakdowns left some grappling with depression, anxiety, and impulsivity. Identity itself became unstable, as men who had once been defined by their strength and prowess confronted vulnerability that was both new and unrelenting. The stories of these retired athletes reveal the personal cost of a culture that valorized endurance over well-being. Some described waking to confusion, unable to recall conversations or recognize faces. Others struggled with emotional volatility, experiencing outbursts of anger or waves of despair with no clear triggers. Long-term relationships frayed under the weight of unacknowledged injury. Professional pursuits outside the game were complicated by cognitive deficits and diminished executive function. The quiet suffering of these men stood in stark contrast to the public image of the NFL, a spectacle defined by controlled heroism, calculated risk, and the illusion of safety. Away from the cameras, the consequences of repeated trauma were immediate, tangible, and deeply human. Families became witnesses and caretakers, absorbing the emotional and psychological fallout. Spouses, children, and siblings were confronted with changes that were often subtle at first, then increasingly pronounced. Daily life required negotiation, patience, and adaptation. The men who had once embodied physical and cultural strength now relied on the support and vigilance of others. Navigating a world in which memory lapses, mood swings, and cognitive decline disrupted the familiar. Their heroism persisted in quiet forms, in the endurance of daily challenges, the commitment to relationships, and the effort to retain dignity despite mounting difficulties. Yet this heroism was largely invisible, uncelebrated, and disconnected from the spectacle that had defined their youth. The contrast between public perception and private reality was stark. Fans had long admired these men for their courage on the field, their resilience under pressure, and their willingness to risk harm in pursuit of victory. Media coverage had framed injury as drama, endurance as moral virtue, and physical sacrifice as essential to identity. Now, with the cameras gone, the cumulative consequences of repeated collisions emerged with relentless clarity. Cognitive deficits, emotional volatility, and identity fragmentation were no longer abstract possibilities. They were lived experiences. The legacy of endurance became a double-edged sword, intertwining pride, achievement, and loss in ways that were profoundly human and deeply isolating. The medical dimension of this reality was significant. Advances in neuroscience and neuropathology allowed researchers to identify patterns consistent with chronic traumatic encephalopathy, memory loss, and neurodegenerative decline. These discoveries provided validation and explanation, connecting personal experiences to broader phenomena. Yet validation did not alleviate suffering. Access to comprehensive care was uneven, and treatment often addressed symptoms rather than underlying causes. The process of adaptation, coping, and recovery required immense resilience, emotional labor, and support from both professionals and loved ones. These retired players navigated a landscape in which their previous valor was both acknowledged and insufficient to mitigate ongoing harm. Community and support networks became essential lifelines. Former teammates, advocacy groups, and specialized organizations offered resources, guidance, and solidarity. These networks provided opportunities to share experiences, access medical care, and participate in research aimed at understanding the long-term effects of repeated trauma. For many, connection to others who had endured similar struggles alleviated the sense of isolation and invisibility. Yet the larger cultural narrative remained focused on spectacle, heroism, and performance, leaving the ongoing consequences largely hidden from the broader public. The quiet suffering of retired athletes persisted in contrast to the ongoing celebration of endurance on the field. The social and psychological dimensions of this era were profound. Identity, long tied to performance, strength, and visibility, required redefinition. Men who had been celebrated as heroes now confronted limitations, dependency, and vulnerability. Rebuilding a sense of self-involved navigating memory loss, emotional regulation, and altered cognitive function. Daily activities became arenas for adaptation and perseverance. Relationships were renegotiated, routines reconstructed, and personal narratives reframed. This process, often solitary and unrecorded, represented a continuation of endurance, but in forms that were invisible to fans, media, and the league itself. Financial and legal considerations also intersected with this reality. Settlements, compensation, and post-career support addressed some aspects of harm, but they could not restore memory, repair relationships, or reverse neurological decline. Athletes faced ongoing challenges in securing adequate care, navigating insurance, and managing long-term health concerns. The disconnect between the spectacle of wealth and heroism on the field and the lived experience of decline off it underscored systemic tensions within the sport. Financial restitution provided some relief, but could not reconcile the gap between public admiration and private struggle. The enduring psychological burden of retirement compounded these challenges. Loss of identity, diminished physical capacity, and the absence of public recognition created emotional strain. Some retired players experienced depression, anxiety, and a profound sense of dislocation. The transition from celebrated athlete to vulnerable individual was jarring, intensified by memories of pain endured and risks taken. The societal valorization of endurance had prepared them to withstand physical trauma, but offered little guidance in navigating cognitive decline and emotional fragility. Heroism, once public and performative, became private and precarious, defined by survival rather than spectacle. Reflecting on these lives, it becomes clear that the narrative of football extends beyond the field. The enduring consequences of repeated collisions reveal a complex interplay of culture, economics, and human vulnerability. Retired athletes embody the hidden cost of spectacle, demonstrating the toll of normalized violence, cumulative injury, and unacknowledged trauma. They are heroes not in the eyes of the crowd, but in the perseverance required to navigate memory loss, identity fragmentation, and emotional turbulence. The quiet endurance that defines their post-career lives underscores the human consequences of a system that valorized risk, aestheticized pain, and monetized resilience. The era of heroes in hiding challenges both fans and the league to confront uncomfortable truths. The spectacle of football, long celebrated for controlled heroism, now intersects with the reality of human vulnerability. Memory, emotion, and identity are shaped by decades of collisions and cultural expectations. Athletes who once embodied strength and endurance now grapple with the hidden costs of their profession. The public celebration of heroism on the field cannot erase the quiet struggle of retirement. These men endure not for applause or recognition, but for the dignity of self-preservation, connection, and adaptation in the aftermath of extraordinary sacrifice. Ultimately, heroes in hiding represent the human dimension of football's evolution. Their experiences illuminate the complex consequences of normalized violence, cultural expectation, and economic incentive. Endurance, resilience, and courage remain central, but the arenas have shifted from stadiums to homes, from public celebration to private perseverance. Memory loss, emotional instability, and identity breakdown are now the metrics of endurance, revealing the invisible legacy of a game built on risk and spectacle. These men confront the consequences that decades of admiration, cultural valorization, and economic prioritization could not prevent, embodying a quiet heroism that is unobserved, uncelebrated, and profoundly human. As the new century unfolded, the legacy of professional football as brutality began to cast a long shadow over youth leagues and high school programs across the country. The culture that had once celebrated endurance, toughness, and unflinching courage now faced scrutiny from parents, educators, and medical professionals. Families confronted a profound moral dilemma. They were caught between tradition, community, expectation, and a growing awareness of the physical and neurological risks inherent to the sport. Football had been passed down as a rite of passage, a cultural touchstone that instilled discipline, camaraderie, and identity. Yet the knowledge of chronic traumatic encephalopathy, concussions, and long-term brain injury complicated the narrative. Parents wrestled with the question of whether to allow their children to participate in a game that demanded both physical risk and emotional resilience in the service of entertainment and tradition. The stakes for young athletes were both immediate and long-term. Coaches, often drawing from their own experience, emphasized toughness, playing through pain, and commitment to the team above personal comfort. Practices and games mirrored the intensity of professional levels, scaled for youth but preserving the essence of physical collision. Helmets and pads promised protection but did not eliminate the risk of head trauma or musculoskeletal injury. As studies linking repeated subconcussive impacts to long-term neurological decline became widely publicized, families faced the tension between the values imparted by football and the potential for lasting harm. Tradition collided with science, and the moral calculus of youth participation became increasingly complex. The culture of youth football reflected both pride and anxiety. Communities rallied around local teams. Friday night games became social rituals, and athletic scholarships remained powerful motivators for participation. Coaches, parents, and athletes themselves often framed endurance and perseverance as moral virtues, emphasizing character development alongside physical skill. Yet the emerging understanding of cumulative injury introduced new considerations. Parents observed behavioral changes in their children, merging symptoms of concussion and emotional volatility, sometimes associated with repeated trauma. These early signs, though subtle, carried implications for cognitive and emotional development, making participation a choice that required careful deliberation rather than unquestioned acceptance. Medical research informed the debate. Pediatric neurology and sports medicine studies highlighted differences between developing and adult brains, emphasizing vulnerability to impact, slower recovery, and increased sensitivity to repetitive trauma. The implications were profound. While professional players had faced decades of repeated collisions, youth athletes were now recognized as occupying a critical window of neurological development. Each hit carried a potential cumulative effect, and long-term outcomes were no longer speculative. Parents and educators confronted difficult questions about the ethics of participation, the limits of protective equipment, and the responsibilities of coaches and leagues to minimize risk. Football, long celebrated as a character-building sport, became a site of ethical negotiation. Cultural pressures complicated these decisions. Local traditions, school pride, and peer expectations often encouraged continued participation despite known risks. Children learned from older athletes that toughness equated to moral and social value, reinforcing a culture in which pain and risk were normalized. Parents were faced with reconciling their desire for opportunity, community, inclusion, and character development with the emerging understanding of neurological and physical consequences. The moral dilemma was further intensified by scholarship aspirations and the promise of upward mobility through athletic performance. Football became both a ladder to opportunity and a potential source of lasting harm, and families were forced to navigate this tension with care and deliberation. Youth leagues and governing organizations responded by implementing rule changes, safety protocols, and educational initiatives. Tackling techniques were modified, practice limits were imposed, and concussion evaluation procedures became standardized. Helmets were redesigned, padding enhanced, and coaches underwent certification programs emphasizing safety awareness. These interventions represented an acknowledgement of the inherent risk and a commitment to mitigation, but they could not eliminate exposure to collision-related injury. Structural reform at the youth level highlighted the ongoing tension between cultural celebration of endurance and the imperative of protecting developing bodies. Football's legacy of normalized violence continued to influence expectations, even as knowledge of risk expanded. Parents' choices were influenced by both emotion and evidence. Many wrestled with guilt, fear, and hope simultaneously, recognizing the cultural and social benefits of participation while acknowledging potential harm. Conversations about football at the family level became more nuanced, reflecting medical advice, ethical considerations, and personal experience. Some families chose to delay participation or opt for non-contact alternatives, valuing safety over tradition. Others embraced the sport with heightened awareness, negotiating strategies for reducing exposure while preserving engagement. Each decision reflected a microcosm of the broader societal debate about football's place in American culture and its intersection with health, identity, and community values. The generational impact of professional football's legacy was visible in these discussions. Parents and former players drew upon personal experiences of injury, endurance, and sacrifice to inform decision-making. Testimonies of retired athletes, many living with cognitive and emotional consequences, provided cautionary examples that shaped expectations for the next generation. These narratives highlighted the duality of the sport. It offered opportunity, camaraderie, and discipline while exposing participants to systemic, physical, and neurological risk. Youth football became a lens through which the broader consequences of professional and collegiate culture could be observed, debated, and experienced in microcosm. The evolving discourse also shaped public perception and policy. Schools, leagues, and governing bodies engaged with medical research, advocacy groups, and parent organizations to balance tradition with emerging ethical responsibility. Media coverage amplified awareness of concussion risks, long-term neurological outcomes, and best practices for safety. Public debates reflected broader societal concerns about childhood risk, the commercialization of youth sports, and the responsibilities of institutions in shaping cultural norms. Football, once a simple expression of community pride and personal valor, had become a contested moral space, requiring thoughtful engagement from all stakeholders. Ethical dilemmas extended beyond the field. Parents were confronted with questions about consent, agency, and informed choice. Young athletes often lacked full understanding of the potential consequences, and the responsibility to protect them fell to adults and institutions. Decision-making involved not only immediate safety, but also long-term neurological health, emotional development, and social integration. Participation became both a personal and collective negotiation, balancing opportunity, aspiration, and risk. The moral stakes were high, reflecting the unresolved tension between a cultural obsession with endurance and emerging knowledge of its consequences. The next generation of players also navigated identity formation within this complex environment. Football offered pathways to discipline, teamwork, and achievement, shaping personal and social identity. At the same time, the awareness of risk, cumulative trauma, and potential cognitive consequences introduced uncertainty and reflection. Adolescents and young adults were learning to balance aspiration, cultural expectation, and self-preservation. The sport's legacy, both celebratory and cautionary, influenced how they understood resilience, risk, and moral responsibility. The choices they faced were shaped by the history of professional football, public perception, and medical insight. Ultimately, the era of youth football reflects the ongoing negotiation between tradition and transformation. Parents, coaches, and communities grapple with the moral complexity of allowing children to participate in a sport that carries both opportunity and risk. The lessons of professional football, illuminated by the experiences of retired players, lawsuits, and scientific research, inform decisions that will shape the next generation of athletes. The tension between endurance, identity, and safety continues, illustrating how the legacy of the sport extends far beyond professional stadiums into homes, schools, and local communities. The decisions made at this level will influence the trajectory of football's culture, ethics, and impact for decades to come. The next generation confronts the enduring question that has defined the sport for over a century: how to honor tradition while protecting human life. Parents, players, and communities must reconcile the appeal of participation, social cohesion, and character development with the realities of neurological and physical risk. The choices they make reflect both historical legacy and contemporary knowledge, shaping not only individual trajectories, but also the moral and cultural direction of football itself. In this space, the sports story continues, grounded in human consequence and the negotiation of endurance, risk, and responsibility. Youth football is no longer only a rite of passage. It is a crucible in which culture, health, and identity are contested and defined. In the modern era, professional football is a complex synthesis of athleticism, branding, and data-driven performance. Players are sculpted not only by physical training and on-field demands, by a culture that is simultaneously ancient and hyper-mediated. Social media platforms amplify every highlight. Contract negotiations quantify worth in numbers that feel abstract yet life-defining, and analytics dictate strategies down to inches and milliseconds. Amid this sophistication, the old code persists. Endurance, toughness, and the willingness to sacrifice body and mind remain essential markers of legitimacy. Despite helmets designed to absorb impact, advanced conditioning programs, and sophisticated monitoring systems, the cultural and psychological imperatives that have guided football for over a century continue to shape the lives of players. The collision of old norms and new technologies produces a form of artificial toughness that is simultaneously celebrated and scrutinized, visible and internalized. Professional athletes now operate within a highly performative ecosystem. Every action is recorded, quantified, and broadcast to a global audience. Social media encourages self-presentation, image management, and performative resilience. Players are expected to demonstrate courage, endurance, and professionalism publicly while negotiating private realities that include pain, fatigue, and injury. The pressure to conform to the expectations of fans, sponsors, and teams amplifies the psychological stakes of toughness. Endurance is no longer only a physical measure. It is an identity carefully curated, a narrative maintained across multiple platforms, and a currency in the world of contracts, sponsorships, and public acclaim. The code of toughness has been codified, mediated, and aestheticized, creating a layer of artificiality over the authentic experience of resilience. Analytical scrutiny further intensifies these pressures. Every yard gained, every tackle executed, and every snap avoided is measured and dissected. Performance analytics inform coaching decisions, training regimens, and personal evaluations. Data determines opportunity, guides compensation, and influences reputation. Players internalize these metrics alongside cultural expectations of courage, endurance, and risk tolerance. The integration of technology with tradition produces a paradox. Athletes are monitored for optimal performance while simultaneously encouraged to embrace risk and endure pain as moral proof. The language of toughness persists, but its expression is filtered through statistical imperatives, public visibility, and contractual incentives. Athletes are caught between the quantitative and the qualitative, the measurable and the moral, the modern and the historic. Contractual considerations compound the dilemma. Financial stakes are immense, and earning potential is tightly correlated with physical availability. Public perception and performance metrics. Players are incentivized to play through pain, minimize visible vulnerability, and maintain the appearance of invincibility. This creates an environment in which toughness is both a personal ethic and a professional necessity. The tension between physical risk, financial reward, and public narrative shapes daily experience, decision-making, and self-perception, even in an era of advanced medical oversight and regulated safety protocols. The implicit expectation remains. True professionalism is demonstrated through endurance, risk tolerance, and perseverance under pressure. Modern toughness is engineered, codified, and demanded in ways that echo historical norms even as the context has evolved. The psychological dimensions of artificial toughness are significant. Players negotiate internal expectations, team dynamics, and public scrutiny. Emotional restraint, mental focus, and strategic aggression are cultivated alongside physical skills. The display of toughness becomes performative, a means of communicating legitimacy to coaches, teammates, and audiences. Yet beneath the surface, the cognitive and emotional toll of repeated collisions, high stakes, and sustained performance pressure continues to accrue. Mental health, identity, and long-term well-being are shaped by both external and internalized codes of endurance. Social media amplifies every perceived lapse, injury, or moment of hesitation, creating a persistent feedback loop in which toughness is continuously evaluated and reinforced. The modern athlete embodies resilience as both lived reality and public performance, a duality that complicates the meaning of heroism. Technological and medical innovations provide some mitigation, but also reinforce the expectation of endurance. Advanced helmets, improved training regimens, and performance monitoring systems create the appearance of control, yet the fundamental risks of collision, concussion, and cumulative trauma persist. Players learn to negotiate these realities while maintaining the cultural narrative that toughness is inextricable from legitimacy. Protective gear and analytics do not replace resilience. They redefine the conditions under which resilience is performed and measured. The culture of football persists in embedding risk and valor in the athlete's identity. Artificial toughness is a product of these conditions, where endurance is not only physical but aesthetic, performative, and socially validated. The media plays a crucial role in sustaining this environment. Commentary, highlight reels, and statistical coverage celebrate resilience, valorize injury management, and narrativize endurance as moral and professional virtue. Fans are conditioned to admire performance under duress, framing pain and risk as central to the spectacle of the game. The narrative emphasizes the heroic, the unflinching, and the exceptional while minimizing vulnerability and long-term consequence. Players internalize this narrative, shaping identity, decision-making, and behavior. The interface between cultural expectation and personal experience produces a form of toughness that is carefully curated, constantly evaluated, and culturally reinforced. It is a new iteration of the old code, adapted to the technological, economic, and media landscape of contemporary professional football. Social and cultural pressures extend beyond the field. Public expectation, peer comparison, and institutional reinforcement encourage adherence to historical norms. The discourse surrounding toughness, endurance, and sacrifice is mediated through contracts, analytics, and social media, shaping the experience of being a professional athlete. Young players entering the league learn early that survival is not only physical, but narrative, requiring performance under scrutiny and endurance under expectation. The artificial toughness demanded today is therefore both external and internal, shaping behavior, identity, and perception simultaneously. The moral and physical dimensions of endurance have been integrated into a complex system in which players navigate history, expectation, and reality in every play, every practice, and every social interaction. Ultimately, artificial toughness reveals the tension between progress and tradition. Players benefit from unprecedented medical knowledge, training techniques, and monitoring systems. They experience careers structured around analytics, social visibility, and contractual negotiation. Yet the cultural imperatives that have defined football for over a century remain central. Endurance, sacrifice, and courage are still expected and celebrated. The performance of toughness is both a protective and prescriptive requirement, shaping experience and identity. The modern athlete operates within a paradox, empowered by knowledge and technology, yet bound by historical expectations and the enduring valorization of risk. Artificial toughness is the contemporary expression of an ancient ethic, reinterpreted through the lens of a technologically sophisticated and culturally mediated sport. The lives of these athletes illustrate the enduring resonance of the old code. They navigate the physical demands of modern football while internalizing the expectations of historical toughness, performance metrics, and public scrutiny. Identity, heroism, and professionalism are intertwined with resilience, endurance, and calculated risk-taking. Social media, analytics, and contracts amplify every decision, reinforcing the interplay of performance and perception. The collision of historical culture and modern innovation produces a form of toughness that is simultaneously authentic and constructed, personal and performative, celebrated and scrutinized. The legacy of football in its contemporary iteration. remains inseparable from its foundational values, highlighting the continuity and evolution of risk, heroism, and endurance across generations of athletes. Reflecting on artificial toughness, one recognizes the continuity of football's cultural and psychological imperatives. The game has transformed technologically, medically, and commercially. Yet the core ethos of endurance under pressure, resilience in the face of injury, and unflinching courage persists. Modern players perform within a system that simultaneously protects and tests them, quantifies performance, and amplifies visibility. Their experiences illuminate the ways in which culture, technology, and economics intersect to shape identity, behavior, and perception. The code of toughness remains central, mediated by analytics and branding, but enduring in its historical resonance. Football continues to demand heroism, both measured and invisible, lived and performed, personal and public, in a continuum that spans more than a century of human consequence. Professional football today exists as a paradox. It is a meticulously crafted billion-dollar spectacle that celebrates heroism, athleticism, and endurance while resting on foundations of risk that the league cannot openly acknowledge. Modern stadiums gleam, broadcast deals reach global audiences, and merchandise moves in quantities unimaginable a century ago. The players are elite athletes, conditioned, analyzed, and monitored through advanced sports science. Helmets, padding, and medical protocols promise protection and care. Yet beneath this polished surface, the underlying truth remains unchanged. The sport is still a war of bodies, a contest that exacts a physical and neurological toll, and a culture that reveres risk even as it claims to mitigate it. The NFL's empire is built on the careful performance of safety, the rebranding of brutality, and the selective acknowledgement of consequence. The league has transformed the way violence is presented. Injuries are managed with medical precision. Rehabilitation protocols are designed for rapid return, and concussion awareness programs frame care as comprehensive and ethical. Media narratives emphasize the controlled nature of the sport, highlighting toughness, strategy, and spectacle while minimizing the visceral realities of repeated trauma. Social media amplifies heroic narratives, and marketing campaigns celebrate resilience as entertainment. Fans witness extraordinary athletic feats, perfectly executed plays, and dramatic collisions edited for clarity and impact. What remains largely invisible is the enduring consequence of those collisions, the cumulative trauma that shapes the lives of athletes long after the applause fades. Football today is a sanitized war, its danger rebranded as controlled spectacle, its brutality reshaped to align with corporate, cultural, and media imperatives. Financial incentives reinforce this paradox. Contracts, endorsements, and sponsorships reward performance and availability, often implicitly encouraging athletes to play through injury. The economic architecture of the league privileges continuity, visibility, and spectacle over complete transparency regarding risk. Teams, medical staff, and management are aligned to prioritize both competitive advantage and public image, sometimes at odds with the full acknowledgement of consequence. Athletes internalize these pressures, negotiating personal health against career longevity, cultural expectation, and social validation. The result is a culture in which toughness is both celebrated and expected, and risk is simultaneously minimized in discourse while central to lived experience. Media and marketing play essential roles in shaping perception. Broadcasts frame collisions as heroic, strategic, and visually compelling. Highlights emphasize athletic grace and decision-making while editing away the messy consequences of impact. Commentary romanticizes endurance and courage, weaving narratives of heroism around risk without fully exposing its cost. Fans consume a spectacle that is both authentic and curated, aware of danger in abstract terms, yet shielded from its full reality. The league's communication strategy reinforces this duality, promoting narratives of resilience and controlled competition while largely omitting the nuanced realities of injury and long-term consequence. Football is consumed as theater, celebrated as art, and experienced as excitement, even as the underlying war continues. The consequences for athletes persist beyond the field, despite advances in safety equipment, medical protocols, and performance monitoring. Players experience cumulative trauma that manifests physically, neurologically, and psychologically. Chronic injuries, cognitive decline, and emotional instability are well documented. Concussions and subconcussive impacts continue to shape long-term health outcomes, creating a continuum of risk that begins in adolescence and extends into retirement. The league's present-day interventions reduce but do not eliminate exposure. And the fundamental physicality of the game ensures that athletes remain vulnerable. Modern football is a paradoxical construct. It is safer than its historical incarnation, but still fundamentally dangerous. Its spectacle underpinned by enduring risk. This paradox is reflected in the narrative of endurance. Players are celebrated for performing at peak levels while navigating risk, pain, and consequence. Public and professional expectations converge to valorize the embodiment of toughness, skill, and strategy. Social media intensifies scrutiny, quantifying performance and amplifying every decision. Athletes learn early that career success requires not only physical preparation, but disciplined adherence to cultural codes of resilience. Endurance is therefore multidimensional, encompassing physical stamina, cognitive sharpness, and social performance. The narrative of toughness, continuity, and heroism remains central, but it is filtered through contemporary lenses of branding, analytics, and media representation. Cultural and ethical tensions emerge from this paradox. Fans, commentators, and institutional stakeholders celebrate athletic courage while often overlooking the structural conditions that produce it. Athletes navigate a landscape in which performance, visibility, and economic reward are intimately tied to risk-taking and endurance. Concussion protocols, safety programs, and media campaigns provide the appearance of responsible management. Yet, the underlying calculus of injury exposure, competitive expectation, and financial incentive persists. Football is a controlled battlefield, its danger reframed, mediated, and curated. Yet its fundamental character as a high-contact, high-risk sport remains intact. The sanitized war of today is, in essence, a continuation of a historical ethos, valorizing risk, spectacle, and endurance while negotiating consequence. The league's evolution has redefined public understanding of violence. The early era of unchecked brutality, injury, and mortality has been replaced by sophisticated management, public relations, and ethical framing. Rules, equipment, and medical oversight reduce acute harm while preserving the spectacle. Audiences are presented with controlled displays of courage and strategy, unaware of or removed from the cumulative impact of repeated trauma. The game is narrated as heroic, skillful, and orderly. Yet the human cost remains, largely relegated to invisible arenas of long-term consequence. Football's present-day form is simultaneously safer and more technologically mediated. Yet its essential demand on human bodies and cognition persists unabated. Modern athletes inhabit a dual reality. They are performers and participants, subjects of data and culture, spectators of their own experience, and active agents in its construction. Their identities are shaped by physical endurance, public expectation, contractual imperatives, and historical legacy. Risk is both inherent and managed, acknowledged in policy and obfuscated in narrative. Players experience the collision of old codes and modern mitigation, negotiating personal and professional stakes simultaneously. The sanitized war of contemporary football embodies both progress and continuity, innovation and tradition, spectacle and sacrifice. Athletes endure within a framework that celebrates performance while controlling perception, reflecting both the achievements and the unresolved tensions of a century of cultural evolution. Ultimately, the sanitized war of today underscores football's enduring paradox. It is a game that has evolved technologically, economically, and culturally, yet remains fundamentally a contest of risk, endurance, and human consequence. Players operate in a high-stakes environment in which visibility, media, and financial imperatives intersect with physical and neurological risk. The spectacle is carefully curated, the narrative is carefully managed, and the risks are reframed. Yet the lived reality of impact, endurance, and cumulative consequence persists. Football remains a controlled war, celebrated as a sport, monetized as entertainment, and experienced as culture, while the human stakes continue to unfold in ways both visible and hidden, immediate and enduring. The NFL's empire is one of transformation and continuity, of risk managed and spectacle celebrated, and of a war that has been sanitized for public consumption but remains real for those who play it. Reflecting on the century-long evolution of professional football, it is impossible to escape the tension between achievement and consequence. The National Football League has transformed from a collection of brutal contests into a meticulously produced spectacle. Stadiums now glimmer. Television contracts reach hundreds of millions of viewers, and players are celebrated as cultural icons. Yet behind this gleaming exterior lies the persistent shadow of the game's origins, a history built on physical sacrifice, endurance, and often unacknowledged suffering. The NFL's greatest success may not be measured in championships, ratings, or revenue. Its triumph lies in the ability to present a product of dazzling order, athletic grace, and strategic sophistication while quietly managing, minimizing, and, in some cases, concealing the very real human costs that have always defined the sport. The transition from bare-knuckle brutality to polished spectacle involved deliberate choices, cultural recalibration, and a series of social and technological interventions. Violence was never removed from the game. It was recontextualized, mediated through cameras, broadcast protocols, and marketing strategies. Fans learned to admire resilience, strategic brilliance, and heroic endurance while largely remaining shielded from the unfiltered consequences of repeated trauma. Players continued to endure collisions, accumulate injuries, and navigate the psychological toll of the sport. Yet the narrative reframed these experiences as acts of courage, professionalism, and entertainment. The NFL mastered the art of performance, transforming enduring pain into marketable heroism, converting physical risk into consumable spectacle, and creating the perception of control over forces that are fundamentally uncontrollable. Medical knowledge and safety interventions have advanced dramatically. Yet these advancements exist within a broader context that privileges continuity, visibility, and financial incentive. Protocols for concussion management, sophisticated protective gear, and regulated practice schedules reduce but do not eliminate risk. The culture of endurance remains embedded within the sport. Players are expected to navigate pain, fatigue, and risk with poise, strength, and strategic awareness. Public perception reinforces these expectations as fans, media, and institutions continue to valorize toughness as a measure of character and legitimacy. The spectacle is seamless, polished, and carefully curated, yet the physical realities that underpin it remain stubbornly present. Football, in its modern incarnation, operates as a controlled contradiction, a site where risk is both mitigated and essential, where violence is framed as performance and endurance is inseparable from consequence. The history of concealment and presentation illuminates the complexity of the NFL's success. In the early 20th century, deaths on college fields, catastrophic injuries, and repeated trauma were widely visible and unvarnished. Public outcry prompted intervention, rule changes, and the establishment of governing institutions. Violence moved underground, re-emerging through culture, narrative, and tacit expectation. Helmets, pads, and safety protocols created the illusion of protection while preserving the game's defining physicality. Television and marketing transformed perception, framing brutality as theater, sacrifice as entertainment, and endurance as moral proof. By the time the NFL emerged as a national powerhouse, it had perfected the ability to present a sanitized version of the game, a version in which risk was acknowledged in theory but rarely visible in practice. The league's mastery of perception enabled it to thrive commercially, culturally, and institutionally, all while the fundamental stakes of human endurance and injury persisted. This concealment is not merely functional. It is ethical, cultural, and psychological. Fans are conditioned to admire heroism without confronting consequence. Players are celebrated for resilience while navigating injury and psychological strain. The game's structure and presentation mediate the moral complexity of endurance, sacrifice, and pain. The spectacle permits both enjoyment and ethical detachment, allowing audiences to engage with the thrill of collision and strategic brilliance, while remaining insulated from the realities of long-term harm. The league has succeeded in aligning entertainment with cultural values of courage, endurance, and triumph, producing a product that is morally reassuring and aesthetically compelling. Yet this success is inseparable from the ongoing human cost, a cost absorbed by athletes whose experience is often invisible to those who consume the spectacle. The cultural appetite for football reveals broader truths about society. America's engagement with the sport reflects a fascination with controlled violence, risk, and moral heroism. Fans celebrate physicality, endurance, and the demonstration of courage under pressure. Simultaneously, audiences are comforted by the structure, rules, and narrative framing that mitigate visible consequence. The pleasure derived from the sport depends on this balance. The thrill of danger presented as manageable, the evidence of endurance framed as inspiration, and the risk rendered both thrilling and distant. The NFL's ability to curate perception, shape narrative, and manage consequence demonstrates a cultural sophistication that mirrors societal approaches to risk, ethics, and entertainment more broadly. Football becomes not merely a game, but a lens through which to examine America's moral and psychological engagement with risk, spectacle, and control. The consequences of this evolution are deeply human. Players, from rookies to seasoned veterans, navigate an environment in which visibility, expectation, and financial incentive intersect with physical and neurological risk. Careers are measured in performance metrics, public acclaim, and endurance through injury. Injuries, once dramatic and public, are now managed, mitigated, and often hidden from view. The long-term implications for physical and mental health persist. Athletes experience chronic pain, neurological decline, and emotional challenges that are partially obscured by media framing, institutional management, and cultural expectation. The Sanitized War produces heroes whose endurance is celebrated, yet whose suffering is largely invisible. The human consequences are enduring, highlighting the moral complexity that underlies the polished spectacle. Modern professional football reflects the intersection of tradition and innovation, culture and commerce, risk and perception. Its spectacle is technologically sophisticated, aesthetically compelling, and narratively coherent. It celebrates human achievement, strategic brilliance, and physical mastery. Yet it is inseparable from the enduring culture of endurance and risk that has defined the sport for over a century. The NFL's success is inseparable from its ability to manage perception, frame narrative, and mitigate visibility of consequence. The league's story is both a testament to human ingenuity and a reminder of the persistent moral and physical stakes inherent in a culture built on controlled violence. The contradiction is central. The sport is safer, more technologically advanced, and more commercially sophisticated than ever. Yet its essential character remains, mediated but unaltered. Ultimately, the reflection on professional football is a reflection on human appetite. Audiences desire heroism, spectacle, and excitement. They consume endurance as inspiration and danger as entertainment. The league has perfected the presentation of risk, turning brutality into strategy, pain into narrative, and endurance into a consumable aesthetic. The price of this transformation is invisible to most viewers, but profoundly tangible to those who participate. The Sanitized War is a product of cultural expectation, commercial imperative, and technological intervention. Yet its foundation remains a continuum of human endurance and physical consequence. Football exists as a negotiation between perception and reality, celebration and sacrifice, spectacle and suffering. As the century-long story of professional football unfolds, one sees both accomplishment and cost. The NFL has achieved unparalleled cultural prominence, economic success, and narrative mastery. It has transformed a violent pastime into a sophisticated and globally admired spectacle. Yet, in the process, humanity has been asked to overlook pain, embrace curated heroism, and find moral satisfaction in a product whose foundational element is risk. The tension between appearance and reality, spectacle and consequence, remains unresolved. Football's evolution demonstrates the power of culture, technology, and commerce to reshape perception while leaving the essential human truths intact. The brilliance of the league's production conceals endurance, suffering, and moral complexity beneath the polished surface. In the end, the story of professional football is a meditation on endurance, risk, and cultural negotiation. The game's history, from brutal beginnings to contemporary spectacle, reveals continuity beneath transformation. Violence has not disappeared. It has been curated, mediated, and framed as spectacle. Heroism is celebrated. Consequence is largely hidden. Fans engage with a narrative that is coherent, aesthetically compelling, and morally reassuring, while players navigate the enduring realities of risk, injury, and identity. The NFL's achievement lies in this careful orchestration, its triumphs inseparable from the human cost that persists behind the facade of polished production. The legacy of the sport is both dazzling and sobering, a reflection of culture, entertainment, and human endurance across generations. The violence did not disappear. It just learned how to smile.